Hey guys, tonight we're doing something a little different. Let's say you wake up one morning and everything's wrong. Your bed is missing, your phone's not charging, there's no hum of traffic, no Wi-Fi signal, and most concerning of all, there's a distinct smell of wet hay and something like spoiled soup mixed with barnyard. Congratulations, you've somehow woken up in the Middle Ages, and heads up, you probably won't survive this. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is. Drop it in the comments, city and hour, now. Dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You open your eyes and stare up at sticks, not a drywall, not a popcorn ceiling, just crude timber beams lashed together with twine and plastered with something that looks suspiciously like dried mud. It smells like it too. You're on your back, lying in what can only be described as a heap of straw. There's no mattress, no blanket, no pillow. The straw is stiff, poking through a burlap sack that you're using as a sheet. It crunches with every tiny movement, and somewhere under your left thigh something scurries away, squeaking. Welcome to the 14th century. The air is freezing. There's no glass in the window, just a gap in the wall, stuffed with cloth to keep the wind from absolutely disrespecting your face. You pull yourself up, wincing at the ache in your spine. The whole room creaks with you. You're in a peasant's cottage, wooden beams, packed earth walls, a few clay pots, and what might be a cooking fire pit that doubled as a bed for the family goat last night. Actually, the goat might still be in here. You hear it snorting behind a curtain made from an old grain sack. You look down. You're wearing something that used to be white, maybe, in another life. A long shirt that smells like sweat, ashes, and wet dog. It's scratchy beyond reason. There's no elastic waistband, no zippers. You're essentially swaddled in a baggy sheet tied with a rope. Your feet are bare and caked in cold dust. You try to find your bearings, but every breath you take in this air is like inhaling a soup of mildew and chimney soot. Something bangs from outside. Voices, chickens, a baby wailing. The day has already started for everyone else, and from the smell of it, it started several hours ago. You stumble toward the low door, more of a rectangle hacked into the wall, and push it open. Instantly, a blast of crisp air hits your face along with the stench of manure and wood smoke. You squint out into what must be the village. Mud paths, more huts like the one you just crawled out of, some pigs wandering freely like they pay rent, and people bustling about in wool, leather, and frowns. A woman stomps past carrying a bucket of slop. She glares at you like you owe her rent, shakes her head, and mutters something that sounds like early Middle English, or possibly just an angry curse. A child with half a haircut throws a stick at a goose and runs laughing into the mist. You step out into the lane and feel your feet sink slightly into the wet earth. Not just mud. This is something else. Medieval streets are basically compost piles. Trash, food scraps, animal droppings, human droppings. You realise too late you've stepped in something. No one else seems to care. They're all too busy surviving another morning. The air smells like burning peat and wet hay, and everyone looks like they've had the flu since birth. Let's pause here and give you a fun historical fact. Most medieval peasants really did live like this. A thatched roof over their heads, one main room to live, cook, eat and sleep in, often with animals inside to keep it warm. There was no insulation, no chimney, and absolutely no concept of hygiene by modern standards. And no, they did not regularly bathe. Sorry. Also, a fringe fact for you, some people believe that sleeping too much could actually invite demons into your brain, so they woke up extra early just to avoid spiritual possession. Imagine waking up at 4 AM every day just in case. Anyway, back in your hovel you realise your hands are shaking. The air bites at your skin. You try to say something, maybe to ask someone where you are, but your accent is wrong, your syntax is wrong, and honestly, you just sound possessed. One man actually spits over his shoulder after looking at you. Here's the problem. You don't know the rules. Not just the language or the customs. You don't know what day it is, whose land you're standing on, or whether you're supposed to be working right now. And if you're not working, you're suspicious. You see a cart trundle past. It's loaded with straw pulled by an ox. A boy walking behind it holds a stick and yawns. It looks peaceful in a hope-you-like-tetanus kind of way. You try to smile. He looks at your weird shirt and backs away like you might explode. Historically, this would be a dangerous moment. Strangers were rarely welcome in small villages. Most people didn't travel more than a few miles from their home in their entire lives. And here's the scholarly debate. Historians aren't sure exactly how isolated medieval people truly were. Some argue they lived in tight, immobile communities. Others believe there was more movement, trade, and cross-village interaction than we think. But either way, you showing up unannounced in bizarre clothes is a red flag. Your stomach growls, loudly. You're cold, confused, and definitely not welcome. You start to realise this may be more than just a dream. There's no cell phone in your pocket, no wallet, no contacts. No one's going to call in a wellness check. You've got nothing but a medieval nightshirt, crusty feet, and a suspiciously bold goose eyeing you from the side. Somewhere a bell rings. Not a school bell, not a fire alarm, a deep, sonorous bell from the village church, calling people to morning mass or maybe a community gathering. Either way, people start moving with purpose, leaving you alone in the muddy lane, shivering like the world's saddest time traveller. And you've only been here 10 minutes. You don't realise it's a bathroom emergency until it's already kind of an emergency. One moment you're squinting at the goose like you're in a staring contest with nature, and the next, your stomach droops dramatically. Your bowels twist with the force of 1,000 regrettable decisions. Something inside you remembers coffee, cereal, a clean porcelain toilet, and then bitterly reminds you have none of those things. You start looking around, but of course there's no sign marked restroom. There's no plumbing, no sewage infrastructure, and definitely no charm in ultra-soft. Just endless thatch roofs and dirt, some pigs rooting around by a barrel, and a man scratching himself through a wool tunic with the dead-eyed patience of someone who's accepted the world is itchy forever. You double back toward the hut, wondering, hoping that there might be some kind of chamber pot inside. You burst in, clutching your gut, and yes, there it is. A cracked ceramic bowl tucked under a wooden stool near the straw pile you woke up on. A medieval toilet. It smells like it's been here for weeks. It probably has. You sit, awkwardly, balancing, knees nearly at your chest, and just pray for forgiveness from your ancestors, from your intestines, from any nearby saints who specialise in this sort of thing. Now let's talk about medieval sanitation, which frankly was a fantasy at best. Peasants used chamber pots or just went outside, behind trees, near hedgerows and ditches. Whole towns had open cesspits and guardrobes, which were basically wooden seats over vertical shafts that emptied into the street or moat. Yes, moats were sometimes just giant toilets circling castles. Take a moment to let that sink in. And because life is committed to making this worse for you, you now face the post-bathroom conundrum. There is absolutely no toilet paper. What did people use instead? Whatever was available. Moss, straw, handfuls of hay, maybe even snow in winter. You look around. There's some hay in the corner. You don't want to talk about it. You just do what has to be done. A side note from the weirder corners of history. In some places, the wealthy did use something called gomph sticks. Smooth, reusable wiping rods, often made of wood or ivory. Yes, reusable, washed occasionally, maybe. You walk outside, attempting dignity, but the goose is still watching you like it knows. You're sweating now, though it's freezing, and every step sloshes with the reminder that you're officially a medieval citizen in the most unfortunate way. You decide to follow the other villagers, who are mostly heading toward the church. It's the only building that looks remotely solid, stone walls, a wooden tower, and narrow stained glass windows that flicker with early morning light. Bells are still tolling. You try to blend in, but your posture is all wrong. You're not hunched enough, not grimy enough. And you're making direct eye contact, which seems to be a red flag here. As you pass a group of women kneeling by a stream and rinsing what appear to be rags in water that is definitely not clean. One of them looks up and mutters something you don't understand. It sounds vaguely Germanic, but with Latin roots. Middle English is a mess. You smile politely. Bad idea. They turn away, whispering. You suddenly realise you're drawing a crowd. Not a big one, but enough. A man with one eye, a girl, with an unsettling amount of confidence for someone holding a pitchfork. A dog that looks like it was built in a shed. They're not being hostile yet, but you get the vibe that you're being evaluated. Are you a vagrant? A thief? A Frenchman? The bar is low. You shuffle along behind a pair of oxen, trying to look like you have somewhere to be. The path narrows between a cottage and a fence made from crooked sticks, and you suddenly have a new problem. Your stomach is still uneasy. You clutch it again and glance around. A donkey tied to a post stares at you. No privacy here. Inside the church, the air is different. Cooler. The walls are thick, and the scent is a mix of beeswax, incense, and centuries of breath. People are filing into wooden pews, some kneeling on straw mats, others crossing themselves and muttering prayers. You find an empty spot at the back near a pile of discarded tools and a young boy gnawing on a leather strap like it's gum. You sit. The priest begins a chant, his voice echoing through the vaulted ceiling in tones you don't recognise. Latin? Probably. You nod along, trying to look like this isn't your first accidental attendance at Mass in 1324. A woman next to you hands you a piece of dried root. You have no idea what to do with it. You chew it. It tastes like bitter soap and compost. You smile again. She frowns. Here's a historical side note. Church wasn't optional. Even peasants were expected to attend multiple times a week, sometimes daily. And it wasn't just about worship, it was community, law, announcements, judgment. The priest was not only your spiritual guide, but often your doctor, teacher, and occasionally your landlord. Back in your pew, the priest raises his hand. You don't. Everyone kneels. You hesitate, then drop down too fast and smack your knee into the bench. The boy next to you snorts. You begin to pray, not because you believe, but because you're hoping this might be how you get out of here. Then the priest begins reading names. You don't catch them all, but you do hear outsider. Everyone turns toward the back, toward you. Your heart skips. You're not just noticed now, you're being addressed. You stand up slowly. Several people gasp. It's the way you're standing, too upright, too confident. You try to speak, to explain, but the words come out wrong. The dialect isn't clicking. It sounds like a fever dream. A man whispers something about elf kin. Someone else says changeling. A third hisses witch. And there it is. That classic Middle Ages hospitality. There's debate among historians about just how superstitious everyday people were. Some say accusations of witchcraft were rare, and mostly driven by church politics. Others believe local communities were constantly on edge, quick to point fingers at anything unfamiliar. Either way, you don't like the way they're looking at your strange shirt, or the way the boy is now pointing at your shoes and saying silver toe, even though they're just foam sandals that happen to reflect light weirdly. You back away, bump into the stone wall and make for the door before anyone else gets bolder. Outside again, the air hits you like a second slap. The sun's higher now, but it offers no warmth. You glance around for an exit, any direction that looks less dangerous. But your options are limited. You're alone. You're unfamiliar. You smell like desperation and regret, and your digestive system is still not done, reminding you that medieval cuisine is a cruel joke. It's not even noon. Your stomach makes another noise that definitely shouldn't echo in public, and the goose from earlier honks as if to shame you one last time. Okay, food, you need to eat. You're lightheaded. Your knees wobble when you move, and judging by the dry metallic taste in your mouth, dehydration is sneaking up to join the party. The village has mostly emptied out now. People off to work, pray, or accuse someone else of witchcraft, and the morning light is starting to glisten over muddy thatch rooftops and the distant shimmer of a pig wallowing in something vaguely orange. You stumble back toward the hut you woke up in. You still have no idea if it's yours, or if you just broke into some poor serf's house while they were out milking a goat. Either way, you need to regroup. As you cross the path, a woman in a stained apron and a cap that might have been white last harvest gives you a side-eye but says nothing. That's good. Suspicion is better than pitchforks. Inside the hut, the air's a little warmer, mostly thanks to a smouldering pile of ash and sticks that used to be a fire in the middle of the dirt floor. A blackened pot hangs crookedly from a metal hook. Inside, something edible, maybe. It's a sludgy mass of beige and brown. Bubbles ooze to the surface like it's got second thoughts about existing. You sniff it and recoil slightly. It smells of onions, turnips, and vague despair. You find a wooden spoon and scoop out a cautious mouthful. It tastes like sadness, but it's warm, and your body doesn't immediately reject it, so you go in for more. Historically speaking, this is exactly what breakfast looked like for the average peasant. Pottage, basically a stew of whatever you had lying around. Grains, root vegetables, beans, maybe a bit of meat if someone had bad aim in the woods that week. No sugar, no coffee, definitely no milk unless you were keeping animals and they hadn't died recently. The upside? It's filling. The downside is the same meal every day forever. You manage to choke down several spoons before your gag reflex files a formal complaint. The texture is somewhere between glue and regret. You find a crust of bread nearby, dense, hard as stone, and covered in what might be soot or possibly someone's thumbprint from 2 days ago. It takes real effort to bite through, but once you do, it's gritty. like sand, because plot twist, bread in the Middle Ages wasn't sifted well and often contained bits of stone from the millstones. That's right, eating bread could literally wear down your teeth. Slowly, painfully. You try chewing on the other side of your mouth just to buy yourself a few more hours of dental functionality. As you chew and wince, you stare around the hut. A wooden shelf holds a jug of water you're too scared to drink. A single small tapestry hangs on the wall, depicting what looks like either a religious scene or a particularly aggressive goose. There's no mirror, but you catch your reflection in the sheen of a copper plate and, wow! You look like you've been cursed by every Disney villain at once. Hair sticking up like straw, eyes red from smoke, and a smear of soot across your face like war paint. You rinse your mouth with a sip of water and instantly regret it. You can taste the pond it came from. It's not all bad, though. Here's a fun side note. Medieval peasants had a surprisingly communal eating culture. Meals were shared, and even in their poverty, people often made an effort to sit together and eat from the same pot. Hospitality, especially to the travellers, technically, was sometimes an unspoken rule, unless you look cursed, which, let's be honest, you probably do. Outside, the village comes alive again. You hear hooves clattering over uneven cobbles. A cart rolls into view, pulled by a pair of slow-tired horses. It's loaded with baskets of cabbage, turnips, and something that might be eels or just very unlucky snakes. A few women start shouting prices. It's the market, or at least what passes for one. You decide it's worth exploring. You hobble down the lane, still barefoot, feet now cockeyed with enough mud to qualify as your own ecosystem. The market is a stretch of wooden stalls, really just boards balanced over the barrels, with goods laid out like offerings to the gods of gastrointestinal distress. There are onions strung together with twine, hunks of greyish cheese, bundles of herbs that smell like wet socks, and fish so fresh they're still flopping in a tub. You pause near a stack of eggs and try not to look too hungry. A man with half a beard eyes you and gestures. You have nothing to offer, no money, no goods, no reputation. You say, "Hi," and he squints like you just insulted his mother. Then he mutters something about foreign devils and spits. You step back. Behind you, someone yells, and you turn just in time to dodge a wheelbarrow full of turnips. It narrowly misses your toes and dumps its load in front of a squabbling pair of children who immediately start throwing them at each other. No one intervenes. This is probably normal. One woman approaches you, clutching a string of garlic and 3 leeks. She squints at your shirt, then sniffs you like she's trying to detect your region of origin by scent alone. You say nothing. She grunts and walks away. Success! You try to ask for food with gestures, point at your mouth, then at a loaf of bread. The vendor, an old man with a shock of white hair and no visible teeth, narrows his eyes. Thief, he croaks. You shake your head. No, But it's too late. Someone grabs your arm. You're pulled aside by a wiry man in a hood, probably some village enforcer or just someone who really enjoys yelling. What do you trade? He asks. His breath smells like fermented. Onions and threats. You freeze. What do you trade? TikTok opinions, the ability to Google things. You have nothing. Skills they understand, no items of value, unless they think your foam sandals are sorcerer's tools. A small crowd begins to gather. Again. You're good at that, apparently. You try to back away, but feel your heels squish into something that was definitely alive recently. The man steps closer. Outsider, he says. No mark, no tax, no tongue. That last part feels personal. Let's pause here for a historical debate. Scholars argue about how strictly peasants were taxed, and whether random strangers could walk into a village and just exist. Some say communities were tight-knit and hostile to outsiders. Others suggest that people were used to seeing tradesmen, pilgrims, or wandering monks. Either way, if you weren't part of a guild, a church, or a family, you were basically an outlaw waiting for someone to notice. You mumble something that vaguely sounds like visitor, and someone nearby giggles, not in a fun way. A woman makes the sign of the cross. A boy picks up a stone. You bolt. You don't look back, you just run. Past the eels, past the potatoes, through the puddle that you really hope is just rainwater, and into the nearest alley made of mossy timber and wet stone. You hide behind a barrel that smells like pickled fish. Your heart pounds like it's trying to break curfew. You press your back against the wall and whisper to yourself, okay, so that went badly. It's still not even mid-morning. You crouch there behind the barrel of the ancient fish juice, trying not to breathe too deeply because the air is chunky. Your heart rate finally begins to slow and you tell yourself this alley is safe. It's not. Nothing here is. But it's at least temporarily private, and the mob seems to have lost interest once they realised you didn't have any bread worth stealing. You hear a dog bark in the distance and the sound of someone being slapped with a leek. Normal village stuff, apparently. Okay, next problem. You're still wearing what amounts to a medieval nightgown, barefoot, and smeared with a pattern of food stains and mud that could be interpreted as either peasant chic or possessed vagabond. Either way, you're turning heads. If you're going to survive even a few more hours, you need to blend in a little better. You stand cautiously and make your way out of the alley, careful to avoid direct eye contact and any roving groups of produce-wielding children. Down the muddy path there's a small cottage with laundry hanging outside, thin saggy tunics, and what look like a pair of breeches that have seen better decades. There's no one nearby. You hesitate, then whisper the words that have preceded every questionable decision since time began. Just borrowing. You grab a tunic that looks less like you woke up in a crypt and slip it over your head. It's huge, smells like cabbage water, and has at least one mouse hole chewed into the sleeve, but it's less conspicuous. You find a pair of leather shoes next to the door. They're crusty and hard like old pizza, but they fit, sort of. With every step they squish in ways leather shouldn't. Congratulations, you're now dressed in the height of peasant fashion. Wool, discomfort, and disappointment. Fashion-wise, the Middle Ages had two speeds, filthy and fancier filthy. The poor wore homespun wool or linen, sometimes dyed with plant juices if they were feeling luxurious. The rich, velvet, fur, and layers so heavy you could crush a small goat just by walking into it. But no matter the class, everything itched. You start walking again, slower now, trying to look casual. Your new outfit fools exactly no one. People still glance at you, but maybe they're just curious, not pitchfork ready. Yet. The sun's higher now, casting weak shadows across the road. A woman dumps a bucket of something liquid into a ditch. You don't ask what it is, you've stopped asking questions altogether. Then you see something up ahead that makes your stomach flip for a different reason. A man in a hooded robe walking with purpose, followed by a small cluster of villagers holding baskets and sacks. He carries a staff and wears a wooden cross around his neck. He also has a hawk on his wrist, because of course he does. He turns sharply and walks up the steps of a larger building, a manor house, clearly the nicest structure in the village. The wood is sturdy, the door actually has iron hinges, and the roof is straight. A miracle. That's got to be the lord of the manor, or at least someone who works directly for him. The villagers follow him inside. You edge closer, pretending to inspect a chicken coop. From here you can see through the window, just a slit in the wall, really, into a room lit by candles and a small fire. There's food on a table, real food, meat, and bread that doesn't crunch like quartz. And just like that, your brain decides it's going to be a problem. You creep around the side of the manor, drawn by the smells, roast meat, baked onions, the sweet perfume of something that might actually be edible. You get to a small door near the back, a serving entrance. You press your ear to it. Inside, a woman is singing softly as she chops something. Another voice, a boy's, asks for more water. It's busy, but it's not chaos. You could maybe sneak in and grab something. One roll, a piece of fruit, an onion, anything. Let's pause for one strange historical detail. While peasants starved, the nobility often overate. Banquets were lavish, with dishes that included things like porcupine pie, roast swan, and candied rose petals. And yes, they really had meat sculpted into animal shapes, then painted and decorated before being eaten. So if you were wondering where Instagram food came from, now you know. You wait. Someone comes out with a tray of scraps and dumps it into a trough behind the manor. You pounce the second they're gone. It's mostly bones, but there's a heel of bread and what might be apple peelings. You don't hesitate. You grab the bread, shove it into your mouth, and try not to cry. You chew as you retreat to a fence near the stable. The bread is tough, but not gravel tough. A small win. You crouch, finally sitting to rest your aching legs. There's straw here, and the occasional waft of horse breath, which honestly feels like a spa compared to the fish barrel situation from earlier. But just when you think you've reached a moment of calm, a voice cuts through the stable wall. "He's not from here," someone says. You freeze. He speaks strange, moves strange, no tools, no badge, no family. You hold your breath. There's another voice, lower, sharper. Could be a deserter, could be a spy, could be something worse. You don't wait to hear more. You stand and start walking again, faster now, deeper into the village, toward the wooded edge in the distance, to somewhere less populated, somewhere people might not ask questions. It's here that a boy runs up behind you and smacks the back of your leg with a stick. "Demon!" he yells gleefully, and then runs away. A woman scolds him half-heartedly. You keep moving. Let's detour into a weird fringe belief from the time. Many in medieval Europe believed in green children. Mythical kids who appeared out of nowhere, spoke gibberish, and had odd skin tones. Some thought they came from underground realms, or were the offspring of fairies. Sound familiar? You, in your strange clothes, strange voice, and inability to act normal, would probably be filed under mild forest cryptid. You finally reach the edge of the village, where the houses give way to fields and beyond that woods. There's a gate made of sticks and a small trail leading into the trees. You take it, disappearing into the quiet, the smell of pine and earth replacing the stench of civilization. The birds here are louder, the wind is cooler. You sit by a moss-covered rock and finally take a moment to rest. Your legs throb, your head aches, but your stomach at least is no longer trying to rebel. You look back toward the village. It's still visible between the trees. The church tower rises above the smoke and rooftops. Somewhere in there, people are whispering about you, wondering what you are, maybe planning to come find you. And somehow it's still only lunchtime. The woods offer a kind of peace, but it's the kind that feels temporary, like a hide-and-seek countdown just hit 10. The trees are tall and ancient, twisted trunks draped in moss, leaves whispering secrets in the breeze like they know exactly what you are and are choosing not to say it out loud. Yet. The ground is uneven and damp, a layer of wet leaves and brambles that poke through your borrowed shoes with every step. You don't know where you're going, just that staying in the village means ending up in a cage, a pit, or a very unfortunate bonfire. You trudge along a narrow game trail, hoping that wherever it leads doesn't involve wolves or aggressive monks. Your arms itch from the scratchy tunic, and a bug, possibly the size of a small walnut, crawls out of your sleeve like it's been paying rent there all morning. You flick it off, trying not to scream. Eventually, you come across a clearing with a sloped field, half-ploughed and completely abandoned. A crude wooden fence zigzags along one edge, and a rusted plough sits idle next to a basket of what might have been turnips 3 weeks ago. There's a man at the far end, hunched over and swinging a hoe into the earth with mechanical repetition. You watch him work, slow, deliberate, soaked in sweat even though the sun is barely out. He pauses and looks up, squinting toward you. He doesn't call out, doesn't wave, just stares. You consider turning back into the woods, but you're starving again and beyond desperate for water that doesn't have floaties. You raise a hand cautiously. The man spits into the dirt and waves you over. You approach, nerves jangling. Up close, he looks older than dirt itself, with a nose like a crooked turnip and hands that look like they could snap you in half without spilling his ale. He points to the field and then at you. It's clear enough. You want food? You work, no charity, no small talk, just dirt and sweat and a bit of hope. You grab a second hoe and try to mimic his movements. It's instantly clear that your body was not built for this. The first swing almost yanks your arms out of their sockets. The second plants the blade directly into your shoe. Not your foot, thank the stars, but close enough to knock you off balance and fall backward into a bramble bush. He watches silently as you flail, remove yourself from the plant like a disgraced cartoon character, and return to the field, thorns stuck in places you don't want to talk about. And that's when the reality hits. This is peasant life. Every day. This back-breaking, sunburned, thankless existence is the entire job description. There's no shift, no benefits, no weekends. You work because food doesn't just appear, you work to survive. Here's your historical fact for today. The average medieval peasant worked 6 days a week from sunrise to sunset, mostly in the fields. They had holy days off, sometimes dozens a year. But that was only if their lord, the weather, and the village priest all agreed it was okay. And even on rest days, someone had to care for the animals, fetch water, mend tools. There was no such thing as off the clock. You manage 3 rows before your arms give out. You're shaking, drenched in sweat, and you have inhaled so much dust your teeth feel grainy. The man finally nods and gestures toward a jug near the fence. You drink, cautiously. It tastes like copper and stale leather, but it's cold and it doesn't immediately try to kill you. A win. He breaks off a piece of something wrapped in cloth and tosses it to you. Flatbread. thin, dense and dry, but you nearly cry eating it. He doesn't speak, just grunts and points toward a stump. You sit, grateful for the break. A few moments pass and then he mutters something. You don't catch it. You shrug. He repeats it slower. "Strong back, stupid feet." You don't argue. The sun inches higher, and the heat starts to settle in. No hat, no sunscreen, no shade. You can feel your skin baking like an undercooked pie. Every breeze is a gift, and every gust of wind kicks up a cloud of pollen and dust that coats your lungs like medieval Febreze. Here's a strange little fringe fact. Peasants didn't use deodorant. Instead, they believed in certain herbs, like rosemary or sage, being stuffed into their clothes to ward off bad humours. Spoiler, it didn't work. You're sweating like you're in a sauna full of livestock, and you smell like a bag of fermented onions. The man finally hoists the hoe onto his shoulder and starts walking back toward a nearby shack you hadn't noticed before. Little more than a pile of logs with a roof. You follow, hoping there's more food or at least shade. Inside it's cool and dim. He nods toward a bench, and you collapse onto it. On the wall hangs a cracked icon of some saint you don't recognise. Probably someone who protects farmers from idiots. There's a pot of stew simmering on a flat rock, the fire controlled by a clever arrangement of stones. He ladles some into a bowl and hands it to you. It smells like cabbage and maybe goat. You don't ask, you eat. You make a few attempts at conversation, simple words, gestures, but his responses are short, occasionally suspicious. When you touch your chest and say, "Name," he just says, "Tom." You nod. "Tom?" He nods back, then grunts, "You?" You consider giving your real name, but it probably sounds like something cursed in Middle English, so you say, "Ash." It's neutral, short, foresty. He grunts again. Acceptable. Here's where it gets complicated, because for a brief moment you think maybe you could survive this. If you just kept your head down, worked, didn't talk too much, learned how to swing a hoe without breaking yourself, maybe Tom wouldn't throw you back into the street. Maybe no one else would notice your weird accent or clothes. Maybe you could fake it long enough to figure out how to get back. Then the door slams open. A boy, panting, mud-covered, eyes wide, bursts in and shouts something at Tom, something urgent. Tom's expression goes hard. He grabs a stick from the corner and yells back. You don't know what's happening, but you get the tone. Trouble. Big, immediate trouble. Tom points at you, gestures toward the woods, then makes a slashing motion across his throat. You don't need a translation. Whatever's coming, it's best if you're not here for it. You grab the last piece of bread from the bowl, shove it into your mouth and run. Back into the woods. Deeper this time. No trail, no plan, just instinct. Behind you, you hear shouting, too many voices to be a coincidence. They're coming for someone. Maybe you, maybe not. But either way, you're not going to stick around to find out. You push through the undergrowth, stumble over roots, smack your face into a low-hanging branch, your hands are scratched, legs sore, and the crust of sweat and mud on your skin now includes pine needles and possibly a spider. Finally, you collapse at the base of an old tree. It leans like it's tired of being a tree, and honestly, you relate. You catch your breath, chew the last of the bread slowly, and listen. No footsteps, no voices, just wind and birds and the distant bleating of a goat who is presumably not involved in your personal crisis. You lie back against the trunk, staring up at a patch of blue sky peeking through the leaves. You're exhausted, dirty, alone, and you haven't even hit mid-afternoon. Your eyes drift shut for what feels like 5 minutes. But when you open them again, the light has shifted, and a beetle the size of a grape is crawling across your collarbone like it owns the place. You flick it off with the gentlest scream you can muster. Your mouth is dry. Your joints ache like someone replaced them with rocks. And there's an ominous breeze sliding through the trees that reminds you the day is aging. And fast. You need a plan, not a great one. Just one that doesn't end with you being mistaken for a highwayman, pagan god, or particularly ugly forest spirit. You rise slowly, brushing leaves off your legs and attempting to retie the rope that passes for your belt. Somewhere behind you, a woodpecker taps at a tree with such intensity it sounds like nature trying to send Morse code. You take a breath, then start walking. Not toward the village. That's done. You're pretty sure the guy who borrowed bread and wore weird shoes story has already made the rounds. No, this time you're following the path along the woods, in the direction of some noise. Voices, maybe. Laughter? Or just very aggressive geese again? After an hour of careful walking, swatting at flies, and stepping in at least 3 unidentifiable sludges, you come across something unexpected. A clearing with several large tents, ragged and patched, but colourful, and a group of people dancing to the beat of a drum. It's like someone dropped a Renaissance fair into the forest and forgot to tell them it was supposed to be seasonal. They notice you instantly, but instead of pitchforks or curses, you're met with curious stares and a few cautious smiles. A woman waves you over. She has about 6 scarves layered around her shoulders, jangly bracelets, and the kind of eyes that look like they've seen a few centuries and didn't blink once. She says something in a language you don't know. You just nod and smile and try to look less like a haunted fence post. She laughs. A good sign, probably. You've stumbled into a troupe of travelling performers, minstrels, actors, traders, and professional wanderers. Their clothes are brighter than the usual mud-tone peasant garb. Their teeth are, well, still medieval, but they carry themselves with a little more flair. You realise very quickly these people live between worlds, part of the village economy but not tied down by it. Nomads, outsiders, possibly criminals. Definitely interesting. A man offers you a wooden cup filled with something warm and brown. You sip cautiously. Mead. Sweet. Strong. And probably going to your head faster than you want. But after the day you've had, it tastes like magic. You sit by the fire as someone starts strumming a lute, and for the first time in what feels like a century, you relax a little. Let's pause for some historical grounding. Travelling minstrels and performers were common in the Middle Ages, especially in parts of Europe where trade routes meant crowds were available to entertain. These groups often lived on the fringes of society, sometimes welcomed, sometimes accused of theft, witchcraft, or general mischief. They told stories, sang songs, performed crude plays, and were occasionally arrested for disrupting the local moral order. Back by the fire, someone begins asking you questions, not in your language, but with gestures. Where are you from? You point vaguely in no direction at all. They laugh. Someone imitates your clumsy fieldwork posture. Another pantomimes you tripping. You're being gently roasted by medieval circus folk. And weirdly, it's kind of comforting. Then comes the barter. They show you things, scarves, bits of jewellery, a leather pouch that probably used to belong to someone important. In return, they want what you have, which is, let's be honest, not much. But then you remember, your foam sandals, you pull one off and hold it out. The crowd gasps. One man touches the bottom of it like it's a sacred relic. They've never seen anything like it. The scarf woman offers you a roll of cloth, a tin whistle, and a small round of actual cheese for your sandals. It's the best deal of your life. You accept. The cheese alone would be worth it, but the whistle, that could be useful or at least distracting when you inevitably get chased by angry livestock again. As the fire crackles and the sky deepens to a dusty pink, a few of them begin to perform, juggling knives, balancing on barrels, telling stories that make half the group laugh and the other half groan. You don't understand the words, but the tone is universal. Dramatic gestures, wide eyes, mock horror and delight. And you realise something odd. People in the Middle Ages had fun. Not often, not safely, but when they did, it looked like this. Music, firelight, too much mead, and just enough chaos. Now for your quirky historical tidbit. One medieval troupe in France trained a goose to perform by walking in circles during a dance. It was their main attraction. People paid to watch it. The goose even got a name. Johanne. No word on her agent. Later that night, as most of the troupe curls up near the fire or under their wagons, one man, older, missing 3 fingers, sits beside you and offers something wrapped in wax cloth. It's jerky, actual meat. You bite into it gratefully, trying not to weep with joy. He studies you for a while and says in broken words, "You walk like prince, but eat like thief." You grin, close enough. Then he squints. "Where you from, boy?" You pause. You know better than to say, "Oh, just 700 years in the future." So you gesture upward toward the stars. He nods slowly. "Ah, Skyfolk. I know one. Years ago." "Oh, sure, why not? Add Skyfolk to your growing list of nicknames." There's a scholarly debate that fits neatly here. Some historians believe certain travelling performers and foreign visitors were often seen as magical or even supernatural by rural villagers. Others argue that medieval people were surprisingly good at recognising travellers and just didn't care unless they stole chickens or flirted with the wrong person. But honestly, after today, You'd believe anything. You lie back, head on the cloth bundle, full of mead and half a turnip, watching the stars burn above you. They look the same. That's weirdly comforting. Orion's belt. The Big Dipper. Same as always. The same light medieval peasants stared at after long days of digging, praying and dodging leprosy. A shooting star streaks across the sky. You make a wish. Not for escape, not for a phone charger, not even for pizza. You just wish to make it through tomorrow. You close your eyes, surrounded by strangers who juggle and steal and sing about farting kings. They don't trust you yet. You don't trust them either. But at least no one's trying to burn you at the stake. Yet. Morning arrives like a hammer to the forehead. No alarm, no snooze button. Just a rooster somewhere nearby, shrieking like it's being exercised, and the sharp smell of something cooking that may or may not be edible. You open your eyes to a world of aching limbs, stiff necks, and the realization that sleeping on the ground with nothing but a folded cloth under your head is essentially the same as being hit repeatedly with a bag of rocks while dreaming. Your back cracks as you sit up. Birds are already chirping. So are people. The camp is alive and you are not ready for it. You shuffle toward the fire pit, where someone's reheating whatever was left from the night before. Possibly the jerky, possibly the goat, possibly a new mystery meat. You accept a small bowl of something watery, nod your thanks, and try to drink it without looking too closely. It tastes like garlic, old socks, and hope. Somehow it works. You've been adopted, temporarily, by the troop, though your status seems to fall somewhere between human curiosity and walking good luck charm. The scarf woman from the night before gives you a new tunic. It's not new, not even close, but it's cleaner than the one you're wearing, and the sleeves aren't shredded by brambles, so that's progress. You change behind a wagon, modesty be damned. Everyone else is already used to half-naked communal life. You're the only one still flinching. The troop begins to pack up. Apparently they don't stay in one place more than a night or two. Something about local priests getting nervous if the singing lasts too long, or if a goat disappears around the same time a pie does. You offer to help load the cart, which mostly involves tying sacks and lifting baskets. Your arms are still sore from yesterday's attempt at farming, and your shoulders make ominous clicking noises, but you manage not to embarrass yourself too much on. As the troop rolls out toward the village you fled from, yes, that village, you quietly peel off toward the opposite direction. The scarf woman watches you go but says nothing. Just lifts one hand and nods once. You nod back. No one stops you. You're not part of them. Not yet. Not ever. Just another ghost passing through. By midday you found yourself following a winding path through increasingly cultivated land, fields of rye, sheep chewing grass like they are auditioning for a medieval chewing contest, and occasional wooden signs nailed to trees with symbols you can't read but instinctively don't trust. You're thirsty again, starving, covered in dirt, and trying to figure out if there's a safe way to approach another town without being accused of sorcery or radical dancing. And then, like a gift from the narrative gods, you hear bells, not the tolling kind, jingly ones, small happy sounds. You follow the noise and come over a ridge to find, of all things, a church. Not a massive cathedral, but a small stone structure with narrow windows and a slightly crooked bell tower. It's surrounded by a handful of thatched roof houses, and more importantly, people who don't immediately look hostile. You take a breath and step onto the road. Immediately a man in a brown robe steps out in front of you. His face is round and pink like he's been drinking since sunrise. He's bald on top, but his fringe of hair is wild, like someone who gave up on grooming once mirrors became optional. He squints at you, then spreads his arms. "Brother," he says. You freeze. "Brother?" "Come," he says, motioning toward the church. "You travel far." You nod, slowly. That's not a lie, you have travelled far. Temporarily, at least. The man introduces himself as Brother Arnold. His voice is calm, his breath smells like dried apples, and he has a serenity that instantly makes you suspicious. But he doesn't seem to mind your weird clothes, or your hesitant speech. He just ushers you into the small church, which smells like beeswax, wet stone, and something faintly herbal. Inside, a few candles flicker. There's a wooden altar, a couple of hand-drawn icons, and a floor covered in straw, not pews. Definitely a working-class operation. Brother Arnold hands you a small cup of wine. You drink it. Immediately warm. Could be holy. Could be vinegar. Could be both. He smiles and says, "You are a seeker." You nod again. Yes, that sounds harmless. You have come in good time. We prepare for the vigil. Vigil? You smile politely, but internally alarms are going off. Is this a religious festival? A fast? A long night of chanting and no food? Nope. It's worse. A group of parishioners enters, all looking incredibly solemn. One of them is holding a small wooden box. It's decorated with carvings and metal studs, and when it's placed on the altar, Brother Arnold announces, "The finger of St. Cuthbert returns to us." Oh great, holy relic time. Let's talk historical fact. In the Middle Ages, relics were a huge deal. Pieces of saints' bodies, scraps of their clothes, even the dust from their tombs were prized like celebrity memorabilia. Entire towns claimed to have a toe, a tooth, or a femur from someone extremely holy. Sometimes multiple places claimed the same body part. St. John the Baptist had so many official heads in circulation that you'd think he was a hydra. Back in the church, everyone is now bowing, praying, or singing to the finger of St. Cuthbert, which is, as far as you can tell, a withered twig wrapped in cloth. You try to look reverent. You even kneel, but the floor is cold, your knees crack loudly, and you may or may not let out a sigh that sounds dangerously like sarcasm. Brother Arnold gives you a look. You recover quickly, bow your head, and mutter something that sounds vaguely biblical. Blessings upon the sacred digit. Nailed it. After the ceremony, people file out and Brother Arnold brings you bread. Real, soft bread. It's still warm. You devour it like a medieval raccoon. He watches you with mild amusement. "You are not from here," he says. You freeze. "I mean, this region," he adds. "You walk like someone with questions." "Okay, sure, that tracks." Leans closer. "The world is wide, full of signs. You are perhaps on a journey of the soul." You nod slowly, half chewing, trying to look thoughtful and not panicked. He continues. "Pilgrims are always welcome. The Lord sends them in strange clothes." Thank goodness. He thinks you're on a pilgrimage. That's a solid cover story, actually. No one questions a pilgrim, especially one who looks dazed and underfed. But there's a catch. Brother Arnold stands and says, "We begin walking at dawn." You blink. "Where?" "To Canterbury," he says with a beatific smile. "We carry the finger to the abbey." Of course you've accidentally signed up for a religious courier mission across half the country, because why not? Your feet are definitely ready for a 3-week barefoot hike over mud, rocks and plague-ridden trade routes. You glance at the relic. It might be a stick, it might be a dead guy's actual finger. Either way, it's about to become your new travel companion. And somehow, unbelievably, it's still not even dinner time. Dinner is a bowl of thin stew and a hunk of the same blessed bread you've been gnawing, like it's the first food you've ever seen. It's served in the monastery kitchen, a low, smoky space that smells like turnips, candle wax, and something faintly ecclesiastical. The monks around you are silent, scooping stew with wooden spoons and staring at the table like it just insulted their mothers. There's no idle chit-chat here, just slurping and the occasional wheeze. You chew slowly, trying to figure out what kind of meat this is, or whether it is meat. Honestly, it might be a root that gave up halfway through its identity crisis. Brother Arnold, who now seems to be your spiritual supervisor whether you like it or not, glances at you approvingly. He has that monkish glow that suggests either deep spiritual peace or a mild fever. He tells you the journey begins at first light. The relic must be returned to Canterbury by the end of the season or something dreadful will happen. He doesn't elaborate on what dreadful means, but the way he says it, with dramatic eye contact, makes you feel like it'll involve plague rats or fire raining from the sky. You smile and nod like someone who definitely meant to sign up for a cross-country trek with a box of saint remains. Pilgrimage, yes, that was always the plan, not wake up in the Middle Ages and try not to die. You're going to be holy now, with a stick. After supper, Brother Arnold gives you a small bed in the corner of a side chapel. It's literally just a pile of straw with a cloth over it, but compared to the ground it feels like royalty. There's even a pillow. Okay, it's a sack filled with barley, but still. He hands you a wool blanket, whispers a prayer over you, possibly for divine guidance, possibly for pest control, and leaves you alone in the dim glow of a single flickering candle. You lie there, blinking at the ceiling, listening to the sounds of the monastery at night, wood creaking, mice skittering, and a monk somewhere snoring like he's choking on a hymn. You're exhausted, but your brain won't shut off. You've agreed to walk across medieval England, on purpose with no map, No shoes worth mentioning and no Google Translate. Let's dive into a fun historical fact while you stare at the ceiling and rethink your life. Pilgrimages were a major part of medieval life. People walked for weeks, sometimes months, to visit holy sites in hopes of curing illness, getting divine forgiveness, or just escaping their local taxes for a while. Canterbury, Santiago de Compostela, Rome, Jerusalem. If a saint had a bone buried there, you could bet a trail of tired, blistered pilgrims was making their way to touch it. Some carried badges, some carried staffs. All of them carried blisters. You eventually drift into a half-sleep filled with weird dreams, singing monks, a talking goose, and a man offering you a steaming hot pizza before disappearing into a puff of incense. You wake up just as the rooster explodes into another round of poultry opera, and the bells begin to toll for morning prayers. The air is cold, like, why is there ice on my eyebrows cold? You wrap the blanket tighter and shuffle outside, chum, where the pilgrims are already gathering. There are 8 of them. Old, young, one with a limp, another who seems to be blind but still somehow packing a satchel like a pro. You blend into the group like a kid who showed up at the wrong summer camp but doesn't want to admit it. Brother Arnold stands at the head, holding the relic box like it's a baby. He gives a little sermon about faith, perseverance, and the blessings of hardship. Everyone nods solemnly. You try to look like you too have endured many hardships, like that time you forgot your Netflix password for 4 whole hours. Then you set off. The road is nothing like a road. It's more of a suggestion. Mud, rocks, and ruts so deep you could lose a shoe and your will to live. You walk single file, trying to keep up without drawing attention to your extremely modern limp and your constant muttering of, I'm fine, this is totally fine. The first hour is okay, the second is less okay. By hour 3, your legs feel like overcooked noodles and your feet have begun actively protesting your life choices. One of the older women, Martha, you think, offers you a bit of honeyed root. It tastes like dirt and joy, you eat it gratefully. Let's pause for one bizarre fringe fact. Some pilgrims, particularly the very devout or very dramatic, would crawl the entire way on their knees to prove their piety. Others wore hair shirts, garments woven from coarse animal hair meant to cause constant discomfort. You're just trying to keep your socks from falling apart. Hair shirts? No thanks. You already smell like a swamp wizard. At midday, you stop under an oak tree. Someone shares dried apples. You share what's left of your cheese, now slightly green but still cheese-shaped. Brother Arnold says a prayer over the meal. You pretend to close your eyes but mostly just nap while sitting up. As the afternoon drags on, the path narrows. Fields become woods. You pass travellers going the opposite direction. Merchants, other pilgrims. One man hauling a wheelbarrow filled with what looks like frog legs and potatoes. You nod at them all like someone who's definitely not from 225. And then you hear it. Singing. It's faint at first, just a melody carried by the wind. Then it gets louder, high voices, laughter, and the unmistakable clatter of bells. You round a bend and find another group of travellers, these clearly from a different order. They wear bright robes, carry banners, and are singing a hymn that sounds more like a drinking song. Brother Arnold scowls. You can almost hear his spiritual disapproval vibrating through his sandals. The 2 groups pass each other with awkward politeness. The leader of the other group winks at you. "Trade you a saint's toe for that cheese," he says. You laugh politely. He's probably serious. Here's the scholarly debate of the day. Were medieval people constantly terrified of damnation, or did many of them treat religion like just another part of daily life? The truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Some were deeply devout, others were just along for the ride. Many used pilgrimage as both spiritual journey, an excuse to travel, gossip, or do a little low-risk smuggling. The sun starts to dip and you finally reach a traveller's inn. It's little more than a barn with a few beds, but it has a fire, straw to lie on, and a bucket of water that only smells slightly off. The group collapses around the hearth, passing a bottle of something fermented and laughing softly. Even Brother Arnold smiles, barely. You sit there, boots off, feet steaming, muscles screaming and stomach growling. Someone hands you a chunk of brown bread and a strip of dried fish. You eat it without thinking. It tastes like seawater and sadness, but it's food. As the others settle in for the night, you stare into the fire. You're cold, exhausted, covered in mud, bugs and blister fluid. But you made it one day further. And tomorrow, You'll carry a dead man's finger across England like it's the most normal thing in the world. The next morning begins before your dreams even finish. You're halfway through a vivid hallucination involving a bathtub full of cheese crackers when someone shakes your shoulder and whispers, "Matins." You open your eyes to complete darkness and the overwhelming smell of damp wool and feet. Someone's already stirring the embers in the hearth. A bell outside rings once, low and lazy, like even it thinks this is a terrible idea. You sit up, immediately regretting it. Your back feels like you've been used as a practice dummy in a medieval wrestling league, and your feet are no longer part of your body. They're just raw regret wrapped in whatever's left of your socks. The blanket you use smells faintly of mildew and goats, and when you stand, your knees let out a symphony of betrayal. Outside, it's cold enough to slap. Mist clings to everything, the trees, the carts, your eyelashes. The pilgrims gather around Brother Arnold, who cradles the relic like a baby and begins chanting a prayer that sounds suspiciously like he's still asleep. You join in with vague mouth shapes, hoping no one notices that you're just lip-syncing for your life. The road stretches ahead in a grey smear of mud and morning breath. Today's goal is the next village. About 10 miles, Arnold says, depending on weather, bandits, and whether or not God decides you're still worth keeping alive. You trudge along in silence, the only sounds the squelch of shoes in mud and the occasional wheeze from the man behind you who sounds like he's dying in Morse code. Hours pass, the trees thin out, the road gets rougher, less path, more existential challenge. You try to distract yourself by counting rocks. That lasts 10 minutes. You try singing. A bird drops something suspiciously wet on your head halfway through your second verse. Message received. And then, mercifully, the smell of smoke, the shape of roofs, civilization. You arrive in a small town, not much more than a cluster of crooked buildings with thatched hats and suspicious puddles. People glance up as you pass, their eyes lingering just a little too long. You must look like a travelling bag of laundry held together by good intentions and desperation. Brother Arnold waves at a tall, bored-looking man standing near the town's well. They exchange quiet words. Then Arnold turns to the group and says, "We rest here tonight." You exhale for the first time all day. Let's pause for your historical fact. Medieval villages like this weren't mapped. They didn't need to be. You knew who lived where because your great-great-grandfather probably helped build half the houses. Buildings were patched together from wood, mud and luck. Streets weren't really streets, just places no one had planted turnips. A lot of daily village life revolved around the well, the church, and whoever had the biggest pile of firewood in winter. You're shown to the guest house, really a barn with aspirations, and told to wash up before supper. Wash up, as in clean yourself, in the Middle Ages. This ought to be good. You follow a teenage boy named Tobin to a wooden barrel behind the house. It's filled with water the colour of sadness. You dip your hands in and instantly lose feeling in 3 fingers. There's a sliver of soap nearby, a suspiciously grey lump that smells like pig fat and ash. You do your best to clean your face, arms, and a few other high-risk zones, then dry off with a rag that's wetter than the water. Tobin stares at you the whole time, clearly fascinated. Finally, he points to your whistle. Remember that? The little tin one you got from the minstrels. You hand it to him. He blows into it and nearly faints from delight. Then he hands you a roasted onion wrapped in cloth. Bartering. You've now officially traded foam sandals for cheese and a whistle for an onion. You're building an empire. Dinner is hosted by the village priest, a small man with sharp eyes and an enormous nose, like someone shrank a hawk and gave it a human costume. He serves stew, again, but this one is richer, with more than 2 identifiable vegetables. You eat slowly, trying not to look too enthusiastic, but inside your soul is weeping with joy. A child offers you a piece of fruit, an apple that's more bruised than flesh. You take it gratefully and give them a nod like you're some kind of weary knight on a sacred journey. They giggle and run off. That night you're assigned a spot in the loft above the sheep. It's warm, sure, but also alive with fleas, buzzing things, and what sounds like a bat having a crisis in the rafters. You curl up on a wool blanket, close your eyes, and try to ignore the soft barring below your head. But sleep doesn't come easy. You're starting to feel off. Something in the stew, the apple, or just the slow realization that you may actually be stuck here for good. The ache in your bones isn't just physical anymore. It's existential. How long can you fake your way through this world? how long before someone finally says, "Hey, why don't you know how to make your own shoes?" Or, "What do you mean you can't even pray in Latin?" Here's your fringe fact of the night. Many medieval people didn't actually know the full contents of the religion they practiced. They didn't read scripture. They couldn't. Church services were in Latin. A lot of peasants just went through the motions, said the right things at the right time, and hoped no one asked follow-up questions. You then are perfectly suited for this. At some point you drift off. You dream of escalators, of music coming from your phone, of coffee, real coffee, and sitting in a warm cafe with no mud in your shoes and no one accusing you of being demon spawn because you know what a zipper is. You wake up with something crawling in your hair and the realization that your dream was the most luxurious thing that's happened to you all week. Outside, the rooster screams again. You swear it's the same one from 3 towns ago. You groan, roll over, and prepare to carry a holy finger across another patch of muddy medieval misery. Because somehow it's only been 2 days. The next day is somehow even muddier than the last, which feels like a personal attack at this point. It rained during the night, not a dramatic thunderstorm, just a slow, petty drizzle that soaked everything, from your already damp blanket to your mood. The ground is now a glorious mess of slick, boot-devouring sludge. Every step feels like trying to hike through pudding, and your feet have evolved into permanently damp sponges with the occasional blister surprise. You eat a breakfast of cold stew, which is somehow wetter than the mud, then rejoin the group near the well, where Brother Arnold is giving another pre-journey pep talk. It's something about sacrifice, divine purpose, and the importance of suffering. You nod solemnly while internally screaming. The old man next to you, Reginald, a pilgrim who smells vaguely of mushrooms and stale beer, leans over and whispers, "He says this every morning, don't worry, he'll run out of words by the 3rd mile." You start walking. The finger, encased in its polished wooden box and wrapped in a linen cloth like a particularly uptight burrito, rides on a small wagon now, pulled by a donkey named Matilda, who seems to share your exact energy level. Done. Completely spiritually done. Matilda sighs with every step. You feel a deep kinship. The countryside starts to open up, rolling fields, low stone fences, and the occasional flock of sheep being aggressively shepherded by children armed with sticks and a complete lack of fear. You pass a few small hamlets, clusters of 3 or 4 cottages with smoke curling up from crooked chimneys, and chickens performing minor crimes in the road. Most people stare as you go by, a few nod. One man offers you what might be a turnip. You accept. It's raw and vaguely bitter, but at least it's solid. Here's your historical fact for the day. Travel in the Middle Ages wasn't just difficult. It was actively dangerous. Roads were poorly maintained, if they existed at all, and most travellers faced the threat of bandits, wild animals, or angry lords who didn't like strangers. Pilgrims were generally left alone. Hurting one was bad luck. But that didn't mean safety. The road itself was punishment. Around midday, you crest a hill and spot something truly magical in the distance. An actual stone bridge, with arches, and a river. A real one, not just a sad, muddy ditch. It glistens in the sunlight like it's auditioning for a travel brochure that won't exist for another 100 years. But as you approach, you notice something else. People gathered at the base of the bridge, a small crowd, and yelling. Brother Arnold slows. "Toll men," he mutters. "Toll men. Of course, you forgot medieval infrastructure didn't pay for itself." You inch forward with the group as 2 large, red-faced men step forward from the crowd. They're dressed in layers of chainmail, fur and menace, with cudgels hanging from their belts and expressions that say, "We enjoy conflict." "1 penny to cross," says the taller one. "Each." Everyone groans. Brother Arnold begins to negotiate, which in medieval terms means lots of sighing and invoking saints. The toll men look unimpressed. They eye your group like you're a travelling buffet of dirty wallets. You do some mental math. You of course have no money, no coins, not even a wooden token, just the onion from Tobin and half a turnip. Not exactly legal tender. As the argument drags on, the pilgrims start pulling out what little they have. A bit of silver here, a slice of salted fish there. You discreetly step to the back of the group, pretending to tie your shoe, which is a joke because your shoe is held together by 3 prayers and a stick. One of the toll men points at you. You, pilgrim, payment. You open your mouth. Nothing intelligent comes out. Then Brother Arnold steps forward and raises the relic. "We carry the finger of St. Cuthbert," he declares, as if this will end the conversation. The toll men exchange a look. "Never heard of him." "He performed miracles," Arnold insists. "He cured the blind and cleansed the unclean." The taller guard narrows his eyes. "Does he pay tolls?" Silence. Then, just as the tension hits its peak, Reginald the mushroom-scented pilgrim stumbles forward and begins to sing, loudly, off-key. It's a hymn, possibly, or maybe a war song. Either way, it distracts everyone just long enough for Brother Arnold to push the relic cart forward. The group shuffles with it, and suddenly, without really planning it, you're all just walking across the bridge. One of the guards yells, "Oi!" But the other says, "Let 'em go, ain't worth a curse." You exhale and keep walking. Here's a weird little fringe fact. Some medieval people were so afraid of saints' relics that they believed even stealing from a pilgrim could cause spontaneous illness, infertility, or being haunted by disapproving ghosts. Whether the toll men actually believed that or just didn't want to deal with a cart of singing holy weirdos is unclear, but you're not complaining. On the other side of the bridge, you collapse in the grass and eat what's left of your turnip. It tastes like dirt and relief. Brother Arnold doesn't say thank you. He just nods at Reginald and mutters, "The Lord works through chaos." You continue walking, this time through a wooded glen where the light filters through the leaves like soft gold. It's peaceful. You even hear birds singing. Then a squirrel falls from a tree, hits the ground, and scampers off like it meant to do that. By evening, your group reaches a clearing where you'll camp for the night. There's a ruined stone structure nearby, once a chapel maybe, now home to ivy and an owl that does not appreciate company. You start a fire, the others share rations, you contribute a single heroic onion. Brother Arnold reads a passage from a worn scroll and leads a short prayer. You say amen with everyone else, hoping it's in the right spot. Then you lie down on your blanket, arms crossed behind your head, staring up at the darkening sky, and you think somehow, absurdly, you're getting used to this. The hunger, the ache, the constant threat of minor medieval humiliation. You're not thriving, but you're surviving. You close your eyes as someone nearby starts to snore like a dying bellows. You sigh, roll over, and try not to think about how many more days this finger pilgrimage has left. It's still the same week, and somehow you're already nostalgic for clean socks. You wake up face first in moss with a slug casually attempting to cross your cheek like it's taking the scenic route. You flick it off with as much dignity as you can muster, which is 0. Your mouth tastes like old wool, your blanket is damp with morning dew, and your spine has officially entered early retirement. There's a soft mist hanging over the ruined chapel, and the fire from last night has gone out, leaving behind nothing but a few blackened twigs and the smell of wet ash and regret. Brother Arnold is already awake, kneeling beside the relicet box, eyes closed in deep prayer, or possibly just trying to stay awake while asking for better foot calluses. The others are slowly stirring, coughing, stretching, and scratching places that probably shouldn't be scratched in public. Reginald is still snoring, but with enough musical variation to qualify as a bagpipe cover band. You groan as you sit up, your joints creaking like an old ship hull. Everything hurts, even your teeth are sore, which shouldn't be physically possible. Breakfast is a thin broth made from leftover fish bones and some suspicious herbs. You slurp it down with 0 enthusiasm, only because your body is threatening a full rebellion if you skip another meal. Then you wrap your cloak tightly, it still smells like onion and that one minstrel who definitely didn't bathe, and prepare yourself for another day of walking through the eternal swamp that is medieval England. As you shoulder your satchel, which now contains nothing but a wooden spoon, a piece of cloth, and one extremely determined flea, a man from the nearby village approaches. He's wearing a leather apron, soot on his cheeks, and the kind of face that suggests he's been suspicious since birth. "You, one of the relic bearers?" he asks, glancing at the group. You nod cautiously, unsure whether this is going to end in hospitality or pitchforks. "Blacksmith saw you cross the bridge yesterday, says you had strange shoes." "Oh no." "They said you had the footgear of a demon," he adds helpfully. "Definitely no." You try to laugh it off, something like, "Ha! Yes, those. A gift from a bishop." But it comes out sounding like you've never lied before and are doing it for a school project. He frowns. "Bishops don't give out demon shoes." Brother Arnold steps in, calm and authoritative. The young man is a pilgrim from a distant place. His ways are foreign, but his heart is true. The blacksmith's eyes narrow. "You got a relic?" No, you say a little too quickly. Just the onion. Let's pause here for your historical fact of the day. Belief in curses, magic objects, and demonic possessions wasn't fringe during the Middle Ages, it was everyday reality. Someone breaking their leg must have stepped in a fairy ring. Got sick? Clearly a hex. A stranger in the village with unusual clothes or a strange accent? Dangerous, possibly otherworldly. Maybe French, worst of all, educated. And here's your fringe fact. Some villages had cunning folk or wise women who could protect you from these threats, for a fee. They'd burn herbs, say Latin-sounding gibberish, and sometimes just wave a shoe over your head while spitting 3 times. You wish you were joking. The blacksmith finally nods. Keep your shoes hidden next time, he mutters, or you'll be explaining yourself to the magistrate. Then he walks off, muttering about demons and taxes. Crisis narrowly avoided. The group sets off again by mid-morning, the sun breaking through the mist just enough to tease warmth, though it never actually delivers. The path turns uphill, steep, rocky, and entirely unsympathetic to your already ruined shins. The donkey, Matilda, groans like she's auditioning for the role of most emotionally relatable animal, and you begin to suspect she's the smartest one among you. Around noon, you stop at a stream to refill water skins. The water looks questionable. There's a frog watching you like it knows something you don't. But your options are maybe dysentery or definitely dehydration. So you filter it through a scrap of cloth and hope for the best. You sip slowly, eyes darting for any immediate regrets. Let's talk about water for a second. In the Middle Ages, drinking straight from a river or well could be a gamble. Clean water wasn't common, especially near towns where waste often flowed freely through open ditches and right into the nearest stream. This gave rise to the idea that ale or mead was safer than water, which, to be fair, it sometimes was. Even children drank watered down ale. So next time someone judges your 11 a.m. beverage, tell them it's historically responsible. You keep walking, passing a group of shepherds who stare a little too long at the relic cart. One of them points at you. You the foreigner, what talks strange? You freeze. Brother Arnold, once again your unpaid publicist, speaks up. He is a penitent soul, God leads him. The shepherd squints. He looked like someone who'd steal my sheep. This is unfair. You've never stolen a sheep in your life, and you're way too tired to start now. You'd notice if he tried, says Reginald, nodding at your limp. He moves like a cat with gout. The shepherds laugh. Crisis diffused. Again? By late afternoon, your group reaches a roadside shrine. A wooden cross surrounded by tokens, beads, flowers, coins, even a crust of bread with a bite missing. Pilgrims stop to pray. You kneel like everyone else, trying to blend in. A woman places her palm on your back and murmurs a prayer for safe travels. You almost say thanks, but catch yourself and nod reverently instead. It's weird. Despite the hunger, the blisters, the relentless mud, and the constant threat of being mistaken for an unbaptized forest goblin, something about this life is starting to feel real. People help each other, share what little they have, look out for strangers, even ones who smell like burnt garlic and live in constant foot pain. As night falls, the group sets up camp in a wooded area near the road. Someone builds a small fire, and Reginald, of all people, begins telling a story about a knight who fell in love with a fish. It's bizarre, possibly blasphemous, completely entertaining. The others listen, eating bread and chewing on dried leeks like it's popcorn. You lie back, arms behind your head, staring at the stars again. You recognize some of the constellations, same sky, different world. Your stomach growls. Someone hands you a chunk of radish. You don't ask questions. You chew and listen, and breathe in the smoke and pine and body odour. You're surviving. Barely. But still. And tomorrow you walk again. The next morning starts. Not with birdsong or sunbeams or the dulcet tones of Brother Arnold's pre-dawn chants, but with the unmistakable sound of a man screaming "Witch!" at the top of his lungs. You bolt upright, heart hammering, breath caught halfway between a yawn and a panic attack. The camp erupts. Reginald is still asleep somehow, clutching his blanket like a man who's decided the world can wait. You scramble to your feet, half wrapped in your wool blanket and a crust of dried leaf soup. Around the clearing, villagers from a nearby hamlet are closing in. Torches, pitchforks, and all the usual anti-witch starter pack items. At the centre of the chaos stands a young man holding your whistle. The whistle. The shiny metal whistle you traded to Tobin days ago. Apparently it's made its rounds, and now it's been upgraded from curious trinket to devil's flute. The boy shouts again, pointing directly at you. That one! He gave it to the boy! He's a conjurer! Your first instinct is to deny everything. Your second instinct is to run. But instead you freeze. Brother Arnold steps between you and the villagers, holding up the relic like a medieval get-out-of-jail-free card. This man is under the protection of St. Cuthbert, he intones. He walks with the faithful. A woman with wild eyes and a chicken under her arm shrieks, "He talks strange, he walks strange, he carries cursed objects." Another voice joins in. "He smells like hellfire." Okay, that one's fair. You do smell like something that's been dragged behind a goat cart for 4 days. Arnold doesn't flinch. "Do not bring false charges against a pilgrim. That is a sin and a crime." The crowd murmurs. The pitchforks don't lower, but they hesitate. And then you make a mistake. A tiny one. A reflex. You've had into your satchel to grab the last of your bread, because stress eating is still a thing, even when accused of witchcraft, and as you do, something hard and rectangular falls out. Your phone, dead, dark, worthless. But to them, it's a black mirror. A slab of demon glass. A relic of something far, far beyond their understanding. The entire clearing falls silent. One man crosses himself violently. The chicken lets out a strangled squawk. The boy with the whistle gasps, "It holds the devil's face!" You stuff the phone back in your satchel like it's just a loose rock, and not the single most incriminating object you've carried since this whole misadventure began. "It's nothing," you mumble. "Just a charm." Brother Arnold turns slowly. "What is it?" You have to think fast. "It belonged to my father." You make your voice tremble a little. "He died. I keep it to remember him." It's vague, it's emotional, it's also just manipulative enough to work. The villagers exchange glances. Someone mutters about grief. Someone else says, "Let him be. His eyes are set." The pitchforks lower. The boy with the whistle still looks sceptical, but even he backs off when the chicken woman slaps him with her sleeve. Brother Arnold glares at you. "We will speak later," he says quietly. "That is not a conversation you want to have." The villagers drift away, some muttering prayers, others shaking their heads. You sit back down heavily, pulling your cloak around you, heart still pounding like it's trying to dig its way out of your chest. Reginald finally wakes up, looks around and says, "Did I miss breakfast or a riot?" "Both," you sigh. Let's pause for a strange but historically accurate detail. Witch hunts weren't actually at their peak in the early Middle Ages. Most common people were suspicious of magic, sure, but the official obsession with witchcraft really ramped up later, during the 15th and 16th centuries. But that doesn't mean people didn't accuse one another of summoning demons or dancing with the moon goats. It just wasn't formalized yet, which means you're currently existing in the awkward freestyle era of superstition, where one wrong item in your bag can get you trial by bonfire. Later, as the group walks again, Brother Arnold pulls you aside. "You have secrets," he says. You nod, because lying feels dangerous now. "I believe you are not from this land." Another nod. Careful. "But you are not evil." You freeze. "I have met many strangers," he continues. "One had hair like fire. Another claimed he rode a silver chariot. You are strange, yes, but not wicked." You want to cry. Instead, you nod again. "It's all you can do." He sighs. "Do not show that device again. There are many kinds of fear. Some cannot be prayed away." You promise. He believes you, for now. By mid-afternoon, the group reaches a monastery. This one is older, richer, and smells heavily of beeswax and incense. You're welcomed with food. Actual bread, warm and crusty, and cheese that hasn't been gnawed on by rodents first. You eat like someone who's forgotten the concept of portion control. The monks watch silently. One of them mutters a prayer as you pass, but you don't know if it's for you or against you. You sleep in a real bed that night. It's stuffed with straw, but the frame is wooden, and there are clean sheets and a roof. You curl up, blanket to chin, and feel almost human again. Until you hear someone whispering outside your door. You can't make out the words, but you recognize your name, or at least the sound of it butchered by the local dialect. You listen. You wait. The voices fade. You lie awake for a long time, eyes on the rafters, heart thudding softly. You're not safe. You never were. But now it's not just the strange clothes or the unfamiliar tongue. Now it's the object in your bag. The one thing that could tear this illusion wide open. And yet, you don't throw it away. You keep it. Because deep down, you still believe somehow you'll find a way home. You fall asleep to the sound of rain on the roof and whispers you pretend not to hear. Tomorrow you walk again, but tomorrow might be different. Tomorrow someone might finally stop asking questions and start taking action. Dawn is grey and heavy, the kind of morning that presses down on you like wet wool. Outside, the monastery grounds are soaked in a fine mist that clings to every stone, every leaf, every tired muscle in your body. You move slowly, packing up your few belongings, your ragged satchel, your blanket, which smells faintly of pickled cabbage and wet dog, and of course the secret weight of your phone. Still tucked deep in the sack, still dark, still useless, still very much a problem. Brother Arnold greets you with a nod but says nothing about last night. You're grateful for the silence. The rest of the pilgrims shuffle into line like sleepwalkers, each of them carrying whatever scraps of comfort they've managed to collect. A strip of linen for blisters, a crust of bread, a handful of herbs tucked behind an ear. Reginald's new treasure is a wooden spoon he insists was carved by a blind monk. It probably wasn't. He still treats it like a relic. The donkey, Matilda, lets out a wheezy groan that feels deeply personal. The road today takes you through open fields, where the dampness in the air soaks straight through your tunic, down into your bones, like your joints are being slowly poached in sadness. You trudge in silence for hours, each step a dull throb. Even the mud seems less enthusiastic than usual, like it's too tired to swallow your shoes properly. You glance around as the landscape unfolds. Patchwork fields separated by low stone walls, distant cottages with thin trails of smoke curling into the sky, and the occasional peasant pausing to stare at your group. Some nod respectfully, others just look wary, and honestly you can't blame them. A band of unwashed travellers escorting a wooden box containing a saint's finger is hardly reassuring, especially when one of them, you, clearly doesn't belong. At midday, the group stops to rest beside a small river. You perch on a rock and rub your ankles, which now resemble old fruit stuffed inside crumbling leather. Someone passes around dried pears. They taste like disappointment dipped in dust, but you eat yours quietly, grateful just to have something chewable. Then you hear it. Bells, not the spiritual kind, cowbells. From the trees across the stream, a group of villagers appears, leading oxen, goats, and what you assume is a very large sheep with an attitude problem. The animals are loaded with baskets of vegetables, furs, and goods, likely bound for a market somewhere further down the road. They spot your group and stop. There's a beat of silence. Then one of them calls out, "Where you headed, ghost walkers?" Brother Arnold responds with his usual grace, "To Canterbury, bearing the relic of St. Cuthbert." The villagers exchange glances. One spits, another points to you and squints. That one looks wrong. You're used to this now, the strange gait, the strange words, the strange face that hasn't been battered into the usual peasant mould. You try to avoid eye contact and sip from your water skin like that's going to save you. "Heard talk of you," one woman says. She's older, face like a wrinkled apple, hands wrapped in cloth. "Heard you've got devil gear in your sack." Brother Arnold stiffens. Baseless rumours, spoken by fearful minds. But the damage is done. The woman crosses herself and hurries away, the others following. Within minutes they're gone, just hoof prints in the mud and the fading jangle of bells. Let's pause here for the day's historical fact. While medieval people were deeply religious, their faith was mingled with superstition. Anything unfamiliar, strange words, foreign clothing, odd behaviour, could quickly spiral into suspicion. Sometimes it took years for outsiders to be accepted. Sometimes they never were. And sometimes it got worse. There's a scholarly debate about how widespread xenophobia was in rural areas. Some researchers believe that tight-knit village communities were deeply distrustful of anyone who didn't look or sound like them, while others argue that trade, pilgrimage, and to travelling entertainers created more exposure to outsiders than we assume. Still, if you showed up with a glowing rectangle and didn't know the Lord's Prayer, you were probably out of luck. Back on the road, the group walks in tense silence. Brother Arnold keeps a steady pace at the front, face unreadable. Reginald tries to lighten the mood by whistling through a reed, but it just makes the donkey twitch. Later that afternoon, you approach a fork in the road. A wooden post stands at the intersection, carved with symbols you can't read. One arm points left, labelled with a faded St. Martin, the other to St. Gilda. Arnold frowns, then consults a scrap of parchment. "We take the longer path," he announces. "St. Martin's is too close to the river." Everyone groans. The longer path means more hills, more mud, more cold wind trying to relocate your eyebrows. But no one argues. As the sun dips low, you finally reach a wayside shelter, little more than a crumbling lean-to beside a disused well. It smells like mildew and goat pee, but it's dry and has enough space for everyone to lie flat without spooning Reginald, which is now a baseline luxury. Dinner is a thin mash of root vegetables, stirred over a smoky fire and served in hollowed-out wooden bowls. You eat yours slowly, savouring every bland, earthy mouthful. Across the fire, one of the younger pilgrims, Claire, who walks with a limp and says almost nothing, pulls out a tiny bundle and begins sewing a hole in her cloak by firelight. You watch the delicate work, pressed despite yourself. There's something grounding about it. She catches you staring. "What?" "Nothing, just good stitching." She nods once, then offers you the needle. "Your sleeve's coming off." You glance down. She's right. Your left sleeve is hanging on by a few heroic threads. You accept the needle. It feels heavy, oddly sacred. You've never sewn anything in your life. You poke yourself almost instantly. Claire watches with quiet amusement but doesn't mock you. Use the edge, not the point. You fumble your way through reattaching your sleeve, and while the results are tragic from a fashion perspective, they're functional. You nod in thanks. Later, curled up in your cloak, you lie awake listening to the sounds of the others breathing, the crackle of the fire, the soft rhythmic creak of wood as the wind presses against the lean-to. You reach into your satchel. The phone is still there, cold, useless, but familiar. You stare at the screen, willing it to light up. Of course it doesn't. You think about home, about warm beds, hot showers, spicy food, songs with bass, jokes that don't risk excommunication. You miss noise, you miss artificial light. You miss being invisible in a crowd. Here you're always seen. And the longer you stay, the more dangerous that becomes. The night stretches out like a scroll of grey parchment. You close your eyes, wrap the blanket tighter, and try to ignore the fact that someone whispered your name in their sleep. Tomorrow the road continues, and the whispers are growing louder. You wake before the others, which is impressive considering how little you slept. Maybe it was the cold, or the wind groaning through the trees like some ancient ghost with arthritis. Or maybe it was the whisper, your name again soft and low, spoken by no one nearby. You sit up, sore and shivering, blanket wrapped around your shoulders like a wet tortilla, and stare into the dying fire. The coals glow faintly beneath a layer of ash, enough light to see your breath hanging in the air. Claire stirs beside you, mutters something in her sleep, then pulls her cloak tighter. Reginald, of course, is snoring like a man who's competing for some sort of rural symphony award. Brother Arnold is nowhere in sight, but you can hear distant footsteps. He's probably gone off to pray, bless a tree, or negotiate peace with a passing badger. You stand slowly, every joint cracking like you're made of stale breadsticks, and stretch beneath the low roof of the lean-to. The air smells of smoke and something sour, probably the turnip stew from last night staging a quiet rebellion. You walk to the edge of the clearing and relieve yourself behind a tree that's definitely seen worse, then stare out at the path ahead. Today it cuts into the woods. You rejoin the group as they rise one by one, grumbling and blinking like stunned owls. Breakfast is stale bread and a smear of something that might be butter or might be lard. You eat it anyway because calories are non-negotiable. Arnold returns as the last crumbs vanish, holding the relic with both hands and murmuring blessings under his breath. You think he blesses the bread, or maybe the donkey, or maybe all of you. You're not sure anymore. Then you walk. The forest is denser than anything you've seen so far. Tall, looming trees, their branches twisting together to form a canopy that filters the sun into thin green shafts. The underbrush is thick, the path little more than a trail of packed leaves and occasional hoofprints. Birdsong echoes above, but it's distant, cautious, like even the wildlife isn't too sure about this part of the world. Brother Arnold claims this is the safest route. Few bandits, he says. They fear the woods. Which is a comforting thought until you remember, When even bandits think a place is cursed, that's not safe, that's plot device. By mid-morning the air grows heavier, damp, the kind of thick, sticky air that makes your clothes cling to all the wrong places and your feet feel twice their weight. Every route becomes a tripping hazard. Every bush hides a new form of medieval insect determined to colonize your ears. Then something moves. You freeze mid-step, 1 foot hovering above a mossy log. A shape shifts in the trees to your right. You squint. Could be a deer, could be a person, could be a tree deciding to be dramatic. The others don't seem to notice, but you walk faster after that. By noon, the group stops in a clearing to rest. Reginald pulls out a chunk of mystery meat he claims came from a generous farmer, though you're almost certain it's just repurposed jerky, and offers you a bite. You chew slowly, trying not to gag on the taste of salted mystery. Claire sits beside you, her face flushed from the climb. "This part of the forest gives me the creeps," she says, matter of fact. You nod. "Because it's trying to eat us." She shrugs. "Could be worse." "How?" She considers. "Could be raining." You both glance up. The sky, visible in patches through the canopy, is suspiciously dark. Of course it starts raining 15 minutes later. It's not a dramatic downpour, just that steady, irritating drizzle that turns every surface into soap and every step into a test of your commitment to staying upright. The mud gets deeper. Your shoes, already held together by a whisper and 3 threads, start squelching with every step like a pair of portable swamps. And then comes the smell. It hits all at once, sour, metallic, ancient, like blood and rot and something vaguely burnt. You gag. Others do too. Even the donkey stops and snorts in protest. Arnold raises a hand. Everyone halts. Up ahead, just off the path, lies the source. A body. Not fresh. Not buried. Just there, half covered in leaves and moss. Skin grey and sunken, clothing rotted and torn. You can't tell if it's male or female. The hands are clawed, the face partially eaten by something. Flies buzz lazily, as if even they're bored now. Arnold crosses himself. Reginald mutters a prayer. Claire just stares. You whisper, "Bandits?" Arnold shakes his head. "No. Left to rot. This is a warning." You don't ask for who. Here's your historical fact. Forests in medieval Europe were feared places. They weren't the romanticised wonderlands from storyboys. They were dark, wild, and lawless. People disappeared in them. Wolves hunted there. Hermits and exiles lived out their days talking to trees and muttering curses. Entire villages would avoid certain paths after sundown, convinced that ghosts or demons lingered between the trees. There's a fringe fact too. Some folk believe that the forest itself could become possessed, that certain groves were cursed, inhabited by spirits or ancient gods, angry about humans forgetting their names. Villagers left offerings, salt, bread, sometimes teeth. Your group doesn't linger. You walk faster now, silence thick as the mud. Even Reginald isn't cracking jokes. The rain keeps falling. The donkey groans every few minutes, clearly wishing it had been born into a different narrative. By early evening you emerge into another clearing, this one larger, edged by standing stones worn smooth by time. No one speaks. The place feels wrong, like a breath held too long. Arnold mutters a blessing. You sit on a rock and eat a strip of root, trying not to imagine teeth marks in the trees. That night, you camp beneath a thick patch of pines. There's no fire, too risky. The group eats cold bread and old cheese in near silence, listening to the woods breathe around you. Something howls in the distance. Probably a wolf, hopefully. You lie down, body aching, head pounding. Your blanket is damp, your skin itches, and your thoughts are sharp. You think about the body, the clawed hands, the way everyone looked away. You think about how easily people vanish here, and you think about the fact that, like it or not, you're still here. Still not dead, still not home, still walking. Tomorrow the forest might let you go. Or it might not. You wake up barefoot. That's the first thing you notice. Right after the cold and the dull ache in your spine from sleeping on a root that feels like it actively resented your presence. Your eyes snap open to the grey light of early dawn filtering through the trees, the hush of a forest that isn't quite awake yet, and the gentle, almost apologetic drizzle of water dripping from leaves onto your face. But the moment your feet shift beneath the blanket, you realise it. Your shoes are gone. You sit up fast, too fast. Your head spins. the world lurching like it hasn't decided which direction it wants to rotate in today. You throw off the blanket and stare at your socked feet, both wet, both muddy, both completely exposed. The shoes, once pitiful but still yours, are now nowhere in sight. You check the pile of gear you left beside your sleeping spot, satchel still here, cloak still here, phone still buried safely at the bottom, but your shoes, vanished, gone, stolen. You look around, hoping for some kind of shoe fairy or at least a raccoon with a sense of humour. Instead, you see Claire rubbing her eyes on the far side of the fire pit, and Reginald half awake and poking a piece of stale bread with a twig, as if hoping it'll resurrect itself into something edible. No one seems to have noticed the grand medieval shoe heist. "Someone took my shoes," you mutter. Claire glances over, squints at your feet, then shrugs. "Check the donkey." You blink. "Excuse me?" She points toward Matilda, who is currently standing in a patch of grass, chewing like she's solving complex equations with every bite. Sure enough, next to her, half buried in a pile of trampled ferns, is one of your shoes, now thoroughly flattened and for some reason covered in what might be donkey saliva. You retrieve it. It squelches, the other one is gone, fully, irreversibly, completely missing. You limp around camp in a half hobble, scanning the undergrowth, flipping over rocks and logs, and interrogating every creature you pass, including a squirrel who blinks at you like it's above all this. Eventually you accept the reality. Someone, or something, has taken your left shoe in the middle of the night, and it's not coming back. Reginald finally chimes in. "Probably one of the local lads," he says around a mouthful of what might be dried mushroom. "Shoes are worth more than livestock in some places. Yours looked exotic." "They were foam," you say, exasperated. "Exactly," he replies. "Magic foam. You're lucky they didn't take your foot with it." Let's talk facts. In the Middle Ages, shoes were handmade, valuable, and often reused or resoled until they fell apart. A good pair of leather boots might cost several days' wages. They weren't decorative. They were survival tools. Peasants often went barefoot when possible just to avoid wearing them out. If someone found an unattended pair of shoes, especially ones that didn't look like they were made from dried intestines and disappointment, they didn't see theft. They saw opportunity. As you shove your remaining shoe onto your foot, wincing at how misshapen it's become, Brother Arnold appears. He surveys your condition, sighs, and hands you a scrap of linen. "What's this?" you ask. "Foot wrap," he says. "For the other one." And just like that, you're down to a sock on one foot and a bandaged hobble wrap on the other. You look like a medieval court jester who's one pratfall away from being burned for entertainment. The group sets off slowly, the path turning stonier than before. Every pebble is now a personal vendetta against your soul. You try to stay upbeat, or at least sarcastic, but it's hard when you keep stepping on thorns and having to pretend you didn't just silently scream in your own mouth. Claire offers you a walking stick. It's crooked, slightly mouldy, and possibly cursed, but it helps. You limp along, trying not to fall behind as the forest thins and hills begin to roll out ahead of you, dotted with sheep, grazing cows, and the occasional shepherd staring like you're a particularly troubling weather phenomenon. As you pass through a narrow lane bordered by mossy stone walls, a dog runs up and begins barking furiously at your wrapped foot. You try to back away, but it follows, barking louder and lunging at the linen. You finally kick lightly with the shoed foot and it backs off, offended, not injured. "You'll want to hide that," Reginald mutters. "Villagers don't trust wrapped feet." You glance down. "Seriously?" "They think it means plague." Perfect. Now you're limping, shoeless, and possibly broadcasting infectious disease with every step. As the day wears on, the group reaches a small village, really more of a handful of huts and a goat that looks like it's seen battle. Brother Arnold approaches a woman tending a garden, explains the pilgrimage, and asks permission to rest near the common well. She agrees, eyeing you suspiciously the entire time. You collapse beside a stump and immediately pull off the shoe, examining your raw, scraped foot. It's turning pink, not in an acute blushing way, in a soon-to-blister and maybe explode kind of way. You wash it in the well's cold water, trying not to cry out. Claire hands you a tiny jar of something pungent, animal fat mixed with crushed herbs, and you smear it on your skin, praying medieval homeopathy is at least slightly better than nothing. Here's your strange fringe fact of the day. Some medieval remedies for sore feet included wrapping them in boiled cabbage leaves or applying pig dung mixed with vinegar. You choose to suffer in silence rather than experiment. That night, the group is offered a corner of the goat barn to sleep in. It's dry, smells like barnyard nightmares, and is full of tiny eyes staring at you from the rafters. You don't care. You're too tired, too sore, and too angry at your own foot to protest. Reginald snores again. The goat occasionally grunts, just to remind you it's there. Brother Arnold prays by candlelight. You lie on your back, watching the rafters, your one bare foot wrapped in a scrap of cloth, aching in time with your heartbeat. You wonder what your friends would say if they could see you now. If you told them that in 1 week you've gone from doom-scrolling in bed to walking across medieval England with one shoe and a blister the size of a walnut. You reach into your satchel and touch the phone, still cold, still dark. You know it won't turn on, but you also know you're not throwing it away. You close your eyes. And somewhere, in a nearby hut, you swear you hear someone whispering your name. Again. You start the next day with a new limp, a deepening suspicion that the goats stared into your soul while you slept, and the dawning realization that your bed of straw was also the living room, bedroom and restroom for approximately 400 fleas. They're still with you, by the way. Clinging to your cloak, hopping onto your skin, throwing little parties in your hair. One lands on your arm and bites like it's cashing in a favour. You slap at it and miss, because of course you do. Congratulations, you are now officially one of them. You stagger outside into the morning fog, your foot wrapped in its increasingly questionable linen bootleg, your other shoe still squelching from yesterday's incident, and your mood hovering somewhere between detached awe and feral exhaustion. Reginald gives you a cheerful nod as he emerges from the barn. He has somehow acquired a new walking stick, carved with runes, or what he claims are runes. They might be teeth marks from the goat. Either way, he's proud. "You look radiant," he says, squinting at you. "You look like you've been cursed by a cranky forest nymph and then dragged behind a wagon. But sure, let's call it radiant." You eat a breakfast of boiled barley and mystery greens. The texture is like warm wallpaper paste, and the flavour is an experience best described as grassy with notes of regret. Brother Arnold blesses the food, the group and the goat, who tries to eat his cloak in response, and then the pilgrimage resumes. Today's path is a winding trail through open fields and moorland, with the occasional twisted tree leaning, like it gave up trying to grow upright centuries ago. The wind is constant, sharp, cold and judgmental. Your foot is throbbing, your good shoe is beginning to fall apart at the toe, and your blanket draped around your shoulders for warmth makes you look like a failed wizard. At some point, Claire falls into step beside you. She says nothing at first, just walks, matching your limping pace without comment. Eventually, she gestures toward your satchel. "You still carrying that thing?" she asks. You blink. "What thing?" "The little relic," she says, making a rectangle with her fingers. You pause. "What do you mean?" She gives you a look like you've just failed a very easy test. The black square, the one that doesn't belong. You feel a cold knot form in your stomach. "I saw it," she continues. "In the barn, you had it in your hand." You don't respond. She shrugs. "I don't care what it is. I just know it's not from here." You keep walking. The silence between you stretches long and heavy until she finally adds, "Just don't let the others see. They wouldn't understand." You nod slowly. "Do you?" She glances at you. "No, but I've seen things before, travellers, people who say the stars talk to them. A man once walked through our village in a robe made of silver thread, spoke Latin backwards, vanished the next day." She says it like it's nothing, like it's just another Tuesday in supernatural medieval England. You trudge on, too tired to ask more questions, and honestly, a little afraid of the answers. Here's your historical fact of the day. Belief in wanderers, miracle workers, and strange visitors was common. People assumed that those who arrived unannounced, especially during hard times, might be divine, cursed, or something in between. Some were revered, others were stoned. It depended largely on whether you brought blessings or weird smells. The afternoon drags on and your foot starts to go numb, not in a good way, in a "this might be the early stages of gangrene" way. You pause to adjust the linen wrap and notice something strange. Your toe is blue, just the tip, cold. You try not to panic. Claire notices. "You need to keep moving," she says. "Don't let it freeze." Freeze? It's spring, isn't it? You honestly can't remember what month it's supposed to be anymore. Time doesn't work properly here. It just lurches forward in days and miles. Eventually the group reaches a tumble-down tavern, more of a roadside alehouse really. perched beside a fork in the road. The sign hangs from a rusty nail and creaks in the wind. It depicts what might be a dog fighting a turnip. You hope it's metaphorical. Brother Arnold negotiates lodging. A few coins, a blessing, and a half loaf of bread, and the innkeeper, an ancient man with one eyebrow and 0 teeth, waves you all inside. The interior is smoky, loud, and suspiciously sticky. 2 men argue in the corner over who stole whose pig. A dog under the table licks something that probably doesn't want to be licked. The air smells like ale, wet wood, and unwashed ambition. You're given a stool near the hearth and a bowl of stew that contains at least one identifiable bean. You eat quickly, hunched over, eyes on the fire, trying to pretend you don't hear someone muttering behind you in a dialect that sounds a little too close to, "That's the one, that's the boy." You glance back. A man you don't recognise, face shadowed by the hood of his cloak, is staring at you. He nods once when your eyes meet. Just once. Then he turns and leaves. Reginald sits beside you moments later, clearly oblivious. "That stew tasted like pond water," he says cheerfully. "I think it was pond water," you mutter. Claire comes to sit on your other side. "We leave at sunrise. Arnold wants to make up time." You nod. Then you ask quietly, "Did you see the man?" She frowns. "What man?" You explain. Her eyes narrow. She stands, moves to the door, opens it wide. The man's gone. "No footprints," she says. "No horse, no mud disturbed." You shiver, and not from the cold. That night you're given a space on the floor of the inn's attic. The rafters above you creak with every gust of wind. The walls are thin. The floor smells like mildew and betrayal. You curl up in your cloak, foot elevated on your satchel, and stare at the ceiling. You reach into the bag, pull out the phone. Still dark. You hold it to your chest like a talisman. It's heavy, solid, real. A piece of your world, the only piece left. You hear someone on the stairs, soft steps, deliberate ease. You close your eyes, pretend to sleep, breathe slowly. The door creaks open. You don't move. The steps stop near your head. Then a whisper, so faint you're not sure it's even real. Not much time left. The door closes. You lie there, heart racing, pulse pounding, breath held like it might anchor you to this reality. You don't sleep, not even a little. The morning after the whisper doesn't feel like morning at all. It feels like the continuation of a nightmare that just decided to pick up where it left off, as if sleep was a pause button, not a solution. The air in the attic is still and thick, like someone cooked a stew of dust and forgotten prayers. You're the last to rise, and when you do, it's with the slow, deliberate movements of someone whose body has begun actively negotiating terms of surrender. Your foot, a crime scene. The linen wrap is damp, darkened by whatever mysterious fluid has decided to express itself overnight, and you can no longer tell if the stinging sensation is infection or just your body's way of saying, "We're done here." You rinse it at the trough outside with water that smells faintly of turnips and horse. You don't even care. Modesty, dignity, basic hygiene, they all died somewhere back around mile 17. The rest of the group is already gathering at the edge of the yard. Brother Arnold is speaking to the innkeeper, handing him a small charm in exchange for hospitality, though hospitality in this case included sleeping on splintered boards next to a suspiciously greasy bucket. Reginald waves at you with a half-eaten onion in his hand. Claire is adjusting her cloak and watching you with an expression that might be concern, or might just be curiosity with a hint of "I told you so." The road waits again. You hobble forward, leaning hard on the walking stick Claire lent you days ago. It's warped now from rain and repeated trauma, but it still holds you up, mostly. Every step is a bet against gravity. Your foot is beginning to feel like a balloon filled with gravel and fire. You wrap it tighter, grit your teeth, and keep moving. As the group marches down the muddy track, the inn shrinking behind you, you begin to notice something strange. Signs. Actual deliberate signs. Carvings in trees, charcoal symbols on rocks, bundles of the herbs tied with red string hanging from branches overhead. You ask Claire what they are. "Warding," she says. "Charms to keep spirits out. Or in." You nod slowly. "Which are these?" She shrugs. "That's the problem. No one knows anymore." Brother Arnold pauses near one of the bundles and crosses himself. Even Reginald stops smiling. The path narrows and climbs. You pass through a cleft in the hills, Steep walls of mossy stone rising on either side, the light dimming as the sky disappears behind thick branches and looming cliffs. It feels like walking into a giant's forgotten pocket. The temperature drops, your breath fogs, the trees creak even when there's no wind. You begin to feel watched, and not in the nosy peasant at a window kind of way. No, this is colder, deeper, like something is behind you no matter which way you turn. Up ahead, Brother Arnold stops and announces that the next few miles are sacred ground. The group must proceed in silence. No speaking, no humming, no jokes. You're to stay on the path, touch nothing, and think only of God, which is exactly the kind of speech you give when a place has a reputation for not being empty. Here's your historical fact of the day. In many parts of medieval Europe, certain forests and glens were believed to be haunted, cursed, or protected by ancient forces. These weren't just old superstitions, they were treated like law. If the priest said, "Don't step off the path," you didn't, not unless you wanted to meet something you couldn't explain. And in some places, silent woods were a thing, areas where sound was believed to draw out spirits or wake sleeping devils. You press forward, limping and listening. The silence is complete, no birdsong, no rustling, just the occasional crack of a branch underfoot and the distant creak of cartwheels behind you. You glance at the others. Everyone's heads are bowed. No one dares speak. Even Matilda the donkey has stopped grunting. And that, honestly, is the most unnerving part. Then it happens. A sound, just behind you. Not footsteps exactly, not breathing, but close. You turn slowly. Nothing. The path is empty behind you. The same moss. The same dirt, the same silence. But the feeling remains, something there right on the edge of your senses. You don't stop, you just keep walking, heart pounding in rhythm with your steps, eyes flicking left and right like you're expecting the trees to lunge. And then, you see it. Up ahead, tucked between two ancient oaks, is a structure. Small, circular, stone, like a well, but sealed with a heavy iron grate. Covered in moss, roots curling around it like it's being slowly devoured by the earth. Brother Arnold stops. He kneels. The others kneel. You hesitate, then lower yourself awkwardly, foot shrieking in protest. He begins to pray in Latin. You watch, as one of the pilgrims, an older woman named Edith, reaches into her cloak and pulls out a coin. She lays it on the stone. Others follow. Offerings. You lean close enough to read the worn carving on the stones. Most of it's eroded, but one part remains. Vigilate et orat. Watch and pray. The ritual lasts only a minute. Then Arnold stands, nods once, and you all continue. You ask Claire, softly, "What is it?" "A seal," she says. "They say something sleeps beneath it." "Something?" She doesn't answer. You walk faster after that. Eventually the forest opens again, the trees thinning into fields and distant cottages, and the sun returns, though it's hazy and grey. You camp in a field near a stream that night. The group seems quieter than usual. No stories, no singing, just silence and the sounds of hands fidgeting with twine and spoons. You lie awake long after dark, staring at the stars, trying to feel safe. Then you hear it again. A voice, a whisper, right next to your ear. "Don't trust the monk!" You sit up, spin around. No one. Everyone else is asleep. You lie back down, blood cold, breath shallow. You don't sleep, not this time. The forest might be behind you, but something else isn't. The next morning arrives like a punch in the lungs. Sharp, wet and personal. You open your eyes to mist thick enough to chew and the unmistakable scent of something rotting nearby. It could be the stream, could be Reginald's socks airing on a stick, could be your own foot now wrapped in a bandage that's beginning to feel more ceremonial than medical. You sit up slowly, blinking through the haze, and take stock. The group is stirring, the fire's just embers, and Brother Arnold is kneeling by the relic box, murmuring a prayer that sounds slightly more desperate than usual. You rub your face, then freeze. Your skin feels hot. Not fever hot, but hot like you've been slapped by the weather. Your fingertips go to your forehead, and yeah, definitely warm. Your eyes ache. Your throat's dry and scratchy, and your stomach is doing an uncomfortable slow roll like it's trying to decide between panic and rebellion. You swallow. Bad idea. It feels like you've been gargling gravel. Claire notices. You look pale. You want to say something witty, something dry and dismissive. Instead, what comes out is a cough. Wet. Deep. ugly. Everyone hears it. Brother Arnold turns. He stares at you with a new intensity, like a shepherd suddenly noticing one of his sheep is limping a little too much. "I'm fine," you say. Another cough follows, like a liar's punctuation. Reginald backs up half a step. "That doesn't sound fine." You wave him off. "It's just the air, the mist. I probably breathed in a cursed pine cone yesterday." But inside, the truth is blooming slowly, horribly. You're getting sick. And in the Middle Ages, getting sick doesn't mean take 2 aspirin and rest. It means fear, superstition, isolation, plague. Here's your historical fact of the day. In the 14th century, the average person didn't understand disease the way we do now. Illness was often blamed on bad humours, unbalanced bile, or spiritual punishment. A cough wasn't just a symptom, it was a warning sign, and depending on where you were and what time of year it was, it could get you shunned, confined, or buried within a few days, sometimes all 3 in rapid succession. You try to walk it off, the group sets out on the road, now cutting between low hills covered in thorny shrubs and ancient stone fences that lean like they're tired of holding secrets. The air's thick with moisture, and your head starts to feel heavier with every step. Each cough rattles deeper in your chest. Your breath shortens. You sweat even though the day is cool and your ears feel like they're stuffed with cotton. By mid-morning you're dragging behind the group. Even Matilda the donkey has pulled ahead, which is frankly humiliating. Claire drops back to walk beside you. She doesn't say anything, but you catch her eyeing your colour, your gait, the way you're leaning more on the stick than usual. "You should tell him," she says quietly, nodding toward Brother Arnold. "Tell him what?" you whisper hoarsely. "That I've coughed twice and now I'm the Grim Reaper? You've coughed a lot more than twice." You sigh, cough again. This time it tastes like metal. Claire stops walking. "Seriously, this isn't something you hide. Not here. Not now." You look around. The rest of the group has pulled ahead, just silhouettes now in the mist. And what do I say? That the foreigner who talks funny and carries strange objects is also diseased? That'll go well. Claire frowns. "Then don't say anything. Just stop walking, rest." You glance at the path ahead, at the shrinking shapes of your fellow travellers, and fall behind. Her jaw tightens. "I'll stay with you." You blink. "Why?" "Because you're sick, and I'm not going to let them leave you in a ditch." You want to thank her. Hug her. Cry, maybe. Instead, you just nod and sit on a rock that's somehow both damp and sharp. Claire rummages through her pack and hands you a strip of cloth soaked in something that smells like vinegar and thyme. Breathe through this, just in case it's in the air. You do. It helps a little. The scent clears your sinuses, though the cough still rumbles in your chest like a storm trying to break through. Claire builds a tiny fire from twigs and dry moss, shielding it with her cloak. She heats water in a tin cup and adds something green. The resulting brew tastes like sadness and pond scum, but you drink it. Your body accepts it like a drowning man grabbing a rope, and then you sleep, not because you want to, but because your body gives up pretending it can function. You collapse against the rock and drift into a fevered daze filled with broken images. City lights, your apartment, a subway station, a dog barking, someone laughing. Then a face, familiar but warped, and the words again, whispered sharp and cold, "You're not the first." You wake with a jolt. The sun has moved. The mist has lifted. You're still alive, but barely. Your skin's damp with sweat, your heart beating like a hammer on wet wood. Claire's sitting nearby, sharpening her knife. You clear your throat. "Still here?" She nods without looking up. "You were talking in your sleep." "Great," you croak. "Anything good?" She shrugs. "Mostly nonsense, but you said a name. Someone named Elena?" You freeze. "I don't know anyone by that name." Claire finally looks at you. "You said it like you did." The wind shifts. In the distance you hear bells, church bells, faint but steady. Claire stands. There's a village, not far. We can reach it by sunset. You try to get up, your knees buckle. She catches you. "You don't have to walk," she says. "We'll borrow a cart or a wheelbarrow or something." You nod weakly. "I'll settle for being dragged by the goat." She smirks. Matilda's very picky. You limp forward, leaning heavily on her and the stick, every step a blur of pain and heat. By the time the village appears, low stone walls, a chapel, a few cottages, You're half-conscious, muttering nonsense about time loops and breakfast burritos. You think you see someone familiar on the edge of town watching. A hooded figure, still waiting. Then darkness, then quiet. You pass out before you reach the gate. You wake up in a stranger's bed, which is becoming an unfortunate pattern. The ceiling above you is wooden, low and dark with smoke stains. The smell of boiled roots, old wool, and something faintly medicinal hangs in the air like a damp curtain. Your mouth is dry, your eyes burn, and your throat feels like it's been sandpapered by a very determined monk. You try to sit up but quickly discover that you weigh approximately 6,000 pounds, and most of it is centred in your skull. "You're awake," says a voice, soft and cautious. You turn your head, slowly, because even that much movement makes your brain feel like it's sloshing in soup, and see Claire. She's sitting on a stool, arms crossed, eyes shadowed by exhaustion, but still sharp. "Welcome back," she says. "You've been unconscious since yesterday." You blink. "Where?" "A village, west of the old forest. They let us in because Brother Arnold pulled a miracle out of his robes and promised them their cows would birth healthy calves." You close your eyes and groan. Is that something he can actually do? No, but they don't know that. You laugh, but it immediately turns into a ragged cough that doubles you over. Claire hands you a bowl of water, which you sip slowly, every swallow a miniature war. "Fever broke last night," she says. "Sort of. You're still glowing like a blacksmith's forge." You try to remember the last 2 days. It's a blur of trees, mist, whispers, burning lungs, and that dream. The one with the name, Elena. You never said that name out loud. Not here. Not since arriving. But in the dream, someone said it to you. You lie back, staring at the ceiling. "Where's everyone else?" you ask. Resting, gathering supplies. Reginald's negotiating for more onions. Arnold's at the chapel, probably bribing saints. You nod and close your eyes, and that's when you notice it. A smell, something sharp, sterile, and familiar. Not from this world, not from this time. You sit up straighter and scan the small room. Stone walls, bundles of herbs hanging from the rafters, a pot on the hearth. And there, on the shelf beside the bed, something gleaming faintly. A glass vial, round, clear, stoppered with wax. You point. "What is that?" Claire follows your gaze. "That? Some tonic the local healer left. Smells awful. Tastes worse. She said it's for the plague." You pick it up with trembling fingers. The glass is smooth, manufactured, perfectly symmetrical, not blown, not moulded. Modern. This doesn't belong here. You unscrew the wax. Inside, a thin blue liquid. You sniff it and recoil. It smells like disinfectant, like isopropyl alcohol, like now. You glance at Claire. "Where did she get this?" She shrugs. "Didn't say. She wasn't very chatty. Came in, muttered something in Latin, dabbed your forehead and left that behind and disappeared." Your pulse quickens. "Was she old?" Claire hesitates. Hard to tell, hooded, pale, didn't blink much. You try to stand, the room tilts. Claire catches you. "You're not going anywhere," she says firmly. "Who is she?" "I don't know, but she left something else." Claire reaches into her satchel and pulls out a folded piece of parchment. You open it. Inside, in sharp black ink, 4 words. "You're not the first." Your hands shake. And then, underneath the message, something drawn in thin, exact lines. A symbol. You recognise it immediately. It's the startup logo of your phone's manufacturer. You drop the paper. "What does it mean?" Claire asks. You look at her, breath shallow. "I don't know, but it's not just me." She stares. "You mean other people?" You nod. "Other travellers from the future." You barely get the word out. It sounds ridiculous even now, but you know it's true. And now, whoever this healer is, she knows. Maybe she's one of them, maybe she's something else entirely. But she left this vial, this message, this proof. First proof. You lean back against the bed, suddenly dizzy again. Claire doesn't speak for a while. Then she says, "We need to leave, as soon as you can walk." You nod. Agreed. Let's pause for a historical sidebar. In every age, there are legends of Shangadzan who appear with knowledge beyond their time. Healers who know herbs that don't grow locally. Scribes who can write without ink. Warriors who fight with weapons no one else has seen. Sometimes they're explained as saints, sometimes demons, but sometimes, just sometimes, they're travellers, like you. You sleep again that afternoon, but it's not restful. You dream in fragments. Asphalt roads breaking into cobblestones, airplanes fading into the mist, voices calling out names you almost remember. You wake sweating, shivering, with the memory of a hand pulling you back from a ledge. When you finally sit up, it's dark. Claire's asleep by the fire, and someone is outside the window. You see the shadow pass by just for a second. A hooded figure. Still. Watching. You crawl out of bed, limp to the door, and step into the chill night. The village is quiet. Lanterns flicker on posts. A dog barks far off. You turn the corner, but the figure is gone. In its place, another folded parchment wedged into the stone. You pick it up, open it. It's a map. Crude, drawn by hand, but unmistakably showing the next few villages. And beyond them, a place circled in red ink. A place labelled simply Sanctum. Below it, a note. You have 3 days. You stumble back inside. Claire stirs as you shut the door. What was it? You hand her the paper. She reads it, looks at you, and doesn't ask any questions. Because she already knows. This isn't just a pilgrimage anymore. Someone, or something, is watching your steps. And now you're running out of time. You leave the village at dawn under a sky the colour of old iron. Clouds dragging low like they're trying to smother the hills before they even have the chance to yawn. Your fever has eased, somewhat. The cough lingers, being as sharp but manageable, and your strength, while nowhere near heroic, is enough to put one foot in front of the other again. The villagers didn't ask questions when you limped out. They kept their eyes lowered, their doors shut, their prayers soft and mumbled through cracked lips. They didn't want to know what you were, where you'd come from, or what illness you carried with you. Honestly fair. Claire walks beside you, your walking stick once again in her hand. She says little, her eyes scanning the road ahead and occasionally the forest at your side. You don't need words today. There's a map in your satchel after all, and a warning with it. 3 days, a location marked only as Sanctum, which could mean anything from a monastery to a pit in the ground where voices echo back in your own tone. You rejoin the group at a fork in the road just past a stream. Reginald greets you with a delighted "you live" and a pat on the back that almost sends you into a coughing fit. Brother Arnold gives you a long, unreadable look, then nods once. No lectures, no questions, no Latin. Just that nod. Somehow it feels heavier than a sermon. No one mentions the healer, or the glass vial, or how close you came to becoming a cautionary tale. The unspoken consensus is that you've returned from the edge, and maybe brought something back with you. The road is dry today, a rare gift, winding between rolling hills dotted with sheep who stare like fluffy judges. You walk slowly, your foot still wrapped, your shoe held together with twine and sheer will. Every bump of the road sends a dull ache up your leg, but you press on, driven by something deeper now. Not just survival, not just curiosity, a need to understand why you're here, who else has come before, and what waits at Sanctum. By mid-morning, the group is joined by an unexpected addition, a troupe of travelling minstrels. You hear them before you see them, flutes and laughter winding up the road like perfume, a rhythm that feels out of place in this grimy, muttering landscape. Then they appear, sick of them, clad in faded but flamboyant colours, faces painted in uneven streaks, eyes bright with too much experience. One juggles apples, one carries a lute so warped by weather it looks like it's crying. The tallest of them, a woman with a shaved head and a feathered cap, waves cheerfully at your group. "Pilgrims, eh?" she says. "Mind if we walk a while?" Brother Arnold looks uneasy. "We have no coin." "We're not looking for coin," she replies. "Just company, and maybe a story or two." Reginald naturally beams and claps her on the back like a long-lost cousin. Within minutes, he's walking alongside the jugglers like he's been one of them his entire life. The energy shifts. Lighter, if only slightly. The flutist plays a slow tune that sounds vaguely like a lullaby, and even Matilda the donkey stops groaning for a moment. It's almost pleasant. You keep your distance, but one of the minstrels falls in beside you. A young man with wiry hair and a limp, eyes sharp and quick. He doesn't speak at first, just walks, matching your pace. Eventually he says, "You're not really a pilgrim." You tense. Excuse me? I've seen real pilgrims, he says. You don't look at the ground when you walk. You look at the sky, like you're waiting for something to fall out of it. You say nothing. He smiles. I'm not judging, he adds. Just curious. You got the look of someone who knows things, or at least carries them. You glance at your satchel. He notices. I've seen others like you, he says quietly. Not many, but a few. Your mouth goes dry. Where? He shrugs. Here and there. They come and go, always strange, always alone. What happened to them? He doesn't answer right away. Then he says, some burned, some vanished. One became a king. You stop walking. He doesn't. He glances back and grins. Sanctum's not far now. You'll find your answers, or you won't. And just like that, he rejoins the others, whistling a tune that makes your teeth itch. Let's pause for your historical fact of the day. Medieval minstrels weren't just entertainers. They were gossip channels, messengers, spies. They travelled from town to town carrying news, stories, and sometimes secrets. They lived on the fringe of society, welcomed at feasts, shunned in famine, always watched, never trusted. And sometimes they knew more than they let on. There's a fringe belief too that some minstrels were time walkers, carriers of forbidden knowledge, disguised, masked, travelling the land to pass messages across eras. Sounds absurd, but then again, you're currently being herded toward a mystery sanctuary by a group of strangers who may or may not know your secrets better than you do. That night, you camp beneath the remains of a Roman aqueduct, stones still holding their shape after 1,000 years. The minstrels put on a show, fire juggling, lewd songs, and a puppet play that seems oddly familiar. It's about a traveller from a faraway land who loses their voice and finds it again in a cave of glass and fire. You don't laugh, you don't clap, you just watch. After the performance, the limping minstrel passes by your bedroll. He doesn't stop, doesn't speak, just drops something beside you and walks off. It's a scrap of parchment. On it, a name, Elena. You stare at the ink, your heart thudding in your ears. You've never said that name aloud, not here, not once. You look up, the minstrels are already packing, and in the dark beyond the firelight someone is watching. Not the minstrels, not the villagers, someone else. A shape, still waiting. By morning the minstrels are gone. No farewell, no last performance, not even footprints in the dew-drenched grass. It's like they evaporated overnight. Ghosts who played music and whispered secrets, then vanished before the sun had the nerve to ask questions. You sit up slowly, half expecting to see them juggling across the horizon, but there's nothing, just Reginald, still asleep with a crust of bread clutched in one hand like a sacred relic, and Claire, already awake and checking the straps on her pack. The scrap of parchment with Elena's name still burns a hole in your thoughts. You tucked it into your satchel last night, but your fingers keep drifting back to it, like they're afraid it might disappear too. The ink is faded, but the letters are sharp, deliberate. Whoever wrote them knew you, and knew that name meant something. Claire notices your distraction. They're gone, she says. You nod. I saw. Did one of them leave you something? You hesitate, then say, a memory. It's not a lie, but it's not the whole truth either. She doesn't press, just rises and shoulders her pack. We move fast today. Arnold says we reach Sanctum before sunset. And there it is, the name from the map, the place circled in red, the destination whispered by strangers and promised by messages, scrawled in impossibly modern handwriting. You nod slowly. And let's find out what all this was for. The morning road curves through a shallow valley, quiet except for birdsong and the occasional crunch of your uneven footsteps. The hills rise like sleeping animals on either side, dappled with wildflowers and loose stones. Brother Arnold leads the group in silence, the relic box cradled in his arms like a child. His eyes are distant, his lips moving in a wordless chant you can't quite hear. It's unsettling the way he seems to be pulling away from all of you with each step. Reginald walks beside you for a while, humming under his breath and whittling a piece of wood into what might be a fish or might be a weapon, depending on how the day unfolds. He offers it to you at one point and says, it's good luck, or a fork, I forget which. You accept it anyway. Around noon, the wind changes. There's a shift in the air, something you feel in your teeth before you smell it. An earthy mineral scent, laced with damp stone and something metallic. The trees thin, the birds stop singing. You round a bend in the path and stop walking altogether, because you've arrived. Sanctum is not a village, not a church, not a ruin. It's a fortress, or rather the bones of one. A massive stone structure built into the side of a cliff, its upper levels swallowed by ivy and crumbling overgrowth. A wide-arched entrance yawns before you, shadowed and dark, flanked by statues that are half eroded into abstract suggestion. One might be a monk, the other a knight, or maybe neither. Their faces are lost to time. Brother Arnold turns to the group, his voice low. This is hallowed ground. We proceed with reverence and silence. Everyone nods. Even Reginald looks serious, which is your first indication that things are officially out of hand. You step inside. The temperature drops instantly. The air is still, the silence thick and physical. Your feet echo on the stone floor and your breath plumes like fog. The hallway stretches forward, carved entirely from the cliff itself. Torches line the walls, fresh lit. Someone has been here recently. You exchange a glance with Claire. She shrugs. Maybe the monks? Monks, you whisper. She nods her head. Arnold says there's a sect that lives here. They guard something. You don't like the sound of something, not when it's spoken like a question wrapped in a prayer. Let's pause for a strange but real historical fact. There were, in fact, secretive religious orders in medieval Europe that lived in isolation, often building their sanctuaries into hillsides, cliffs or caves. Some focused on guarding relics, others on preserving ancient texts. A few, it's said, protected things they never spoke of, objects or knowledge too dangerous for the world outside. You move deeper into Sanctum. The walls are lined with symbols etched into the stone, some familiar. Crosses, Latin phrases. Others strange, geometric, almost mechanical. They don't belong here. You stop and trace one with your finger. It looks like a circuit diagram. Or maybe that's your fever talking again. Ahead, the passage opens into a massive chamber, its ceiling vaulted and high, its centre dominated by a circular dais surrounded by candles. Atop the dais is a pedestal, and resting on it, your breath catches, is a device. Not a relic, not a statue, not even a book. It's a tablet, sleek, black, modern, completely out of place. Brother Arnold approaches it, eyes wide, reverent. The voice of the saint, he whispers. You blink. That's not... He holds up a hand. It speaks only to the chosen. You glance at Claire. She's staring too, her mouth slightly open. Reginald leans over your shoulder. That looks like the thing you carry. You nod slowly. It is. Arnold kneels before the pedestal, chanting softly. You step closer. The tablet flickers. A screen lights up. For a moment you can't breathe. It shows static, then text, lines of code, data, schematics. Then a message pulsing on the screen. User detected 003. Welcome? Claire grabs your arm. What is this? I don't know, but you do. In part. This is a message, a marker, a piece of something bigger. The screen changes again. 3 remain. 1 is near, 1 is lost, 1 is you. You step back. The candles flicker wildly. Brother Arnold turns, eyes wide. What did it say to you? You hesitate. It said, I'm not alone. His expression darkens. Then we must destroy it. What? It's a test, a temptation. The saint would not speak in riddles. This is a demon. No, it's not. It's from... Silence! His voice echoes through the chamber. And that's when the ground shakes. Not much. Just enough to send dust raining from the ceiling. A low hum rises in the stone beneath your feet. The tablet shuts off. The candles go out. You're plunged into silence. And someone, something, moves in the shadows. You're not the only one here. And this sanctuary, it's not for pilgrims, it's for containment. You stand in darkness so thick it feels like cloth pressed to your eyes. You can hear breathing, yours, Claire's, Reginald's, even Brother Arnold's, though his now comes in shallow, quick bursts, as if whatever he just witnessed scrambled his certainty. The candle flames had extinguished all at once, like a mouth had inhaled them. The tablet's screen has gone dark. Your eyes, struggling to adjust, find only the outlines of shadows within shadows. Then comes the voice. Not a whisper this time. Not a dream. A real voice, low and dry, speaking from beyond the pedestal. Who opened it? Claire grips your wrist. You feel her trembling slightly. Brother Arnold steps forward, his tone wavering between piety and panic. We are pilgrims, bearers of the relic, seekers of guidance. The voice sighs, almost bored. This is not a place for seekers. This is a seal. You squint into the dark. A shape detaches itself from the far wall. Cloaked, tall, moving with the slow grace of someone who hasn't had to rush in a long, long time. As it approaches, another candle flares to life, casting a soft glow across the figure. It's a man, or once was. His face is angular and pale, eyes like scorched mirrors, his cloak embroidered with symbols that don't belong to any faith you've seen here. His voice is calm, controlled, like he's explained this 100 times before. You shouldn't be here, he says, looking directly at you. Let's take a historical detour while your blood figures out whether to freeze or boil. There are ancient texts, rare, barely translated, and dismissed by most mainstream historians, that speak of custodians, not monks, not priests, individuals tasked not with preserving faith but containing knowledge. Places like Sanctum weren't built to house relics, they were designed as locks, for knowledge, for technology, for people. You take a step forward, despite every screaming instinct not to. You know what this is, you say. That tablet, it's not divine, it's not magic. No, the man says. It's worse. It remembers. Claire whispers, Who is he? I'm a pilgrim, the man says softly. From long before your time, or long after, depending on how you measure it. Your heart thuds. How long have you been here? I lost count, he says. I came through in a lightning storm. The tablet found this place. So did I. But it doesn't let you leave. Not easily. Brother Arnold looks between you and the man like he's trying to solve an equation using only hymns. This is blasphemy, Arnold mutters. You speak of false power, devices of demons. The man tilts his head. And yet your relics glow, speak, give visions. You just assign them better marketing. Reginald clears his throat, brave and wildly out of place. So, what exactly is this place guarding? The man points to the pedestal. That device? It's one of the many. Anchors, markers left behind or forward for those like us. Us, you repeat. There are more? Yes, he says, scattered, hidden. Most didn't survive. Some tried to, others went wrong. Claire asks the question that's been clanging in your brain since the forest. Why are we being brought here? He looks at you again. Because time folds, and when it does, the ones who slip through get noticed. By what, you ask, voice barely a whisper. He doesn't answer. Instead, he walks toward the tablet. As he does, the pedestal glows faintly again. The screen lights up. It responds to him, recognizes him. User 001. You step beside him. The screen flickers again. User 03. You turn to Claire. Check the screen. She hesitates, then steps forward. Nothing happens. He notices. It only marks travellers. She looks both relieved and disturbed. Brother Arnold shouts, This is heresy. You mock the saints. This is sorcery. The man's voice hardens. You brought a relic here thinking it would bless your path, but it's a beacon. That box you carry, it broadcasts, and now something's listening. Arnold steps back, almost dropping the relic. You turn to the man. What do we do? He leans in. You run. And then the stone beneath your feet vibrates again. Harder. A grinding sound from deep below. A hum that isn't mechanical but living. Pulsing. The tablet screen flashes. Containment breach, initiating lockdown. A wall behind the pedestal begins to shift, stone grinding open, revealing a narrow stairwell lit by faint blue light. Unnatural light. The man points. Go, now, while the path's open. Claire grabs your arm. We don't know where it leads. Anywhere but here, the man says. You glance back at Reginald. He looks terrified but nods. Arnold is frozen in place, clutching the relic as though it might turn into a sword. This is madness, he says. I came for salvation. No, you tell him. You brought a signal flare to a locked vault. More stone shifts. The chamber groans like something inside is waking up, but you move. Fast, limping but fast. Claire follows, Reginald behind her. The man doesn't follow. He stays behind, watching. Just before you descend, he calls out, "You'll find the others, you'll know them." Then the stairs swallow you in flickering light and the growing sound of doors slamming shut behind you. Let's close with your fringe fact of the day. There are persistent medieval legends of hollow monks, silent men who appear in ruins and caves, warning travellers of things that should not be awoken. Their robes always bear strange markings, their faces never age. Some stories claim they were angels, others say they're time's janitors. You don't know which version you just met, but you're pretty sure this story just stopped being a pilgrimage? Now it's a race. You descend the stone steps like you're being swallowed whole, one cautious footfall at a time. The air down here isn't just cooler, it's ancient. It smells like metal and moss, and secrets held for too long. The light comes from strips of faint blue that pulse along the walls in slow rhythmic beats, like a heartbeat slowed to a crawl. It isn't fire, it isn't oil, it's electricity, or something like it. And it confirms what you already suspect. Wherever you are now, it isn't entirely the Middle Ages anymore. Not exactly. The stairwell twists, narrowing as it goes, the ceiling lowering until you're forced to duck. Reginald's hat brushes the stone above him. He curses softly in Latin, or possibly his own made-up dialect of fear and poor knee cartilage. Claire presses forward ahead of you, one hand on the wall, her shoulders tense. She hasn't said much since you left the chamber, and you haven't either. Words feel risky now, like sound might draw something closer that isn't supposed to hear you yet. Behind you, the door seals with a final grinding clunk, and the blue light dims. You're committed now. No way back. You finally spill into a room, round, domed, and shockingly clean. The walls are smooth metal or something pretending to be metal, cold to the touch, and etched with patterns that flicker when you get too close. No torches, no dust. In the centre there's a pillar about waist height with another device embedded into it. Sleeker than the tablet upstairs. Darker, humming faintly. Claire stares at it. "That's not from your time either, is it?" "No," you whisper. "This is newer." Reginald circles it cautiously, eyes wide. This looks like the inside of a saint's skull. You almost correct him, but honestly, he's not entirely wrong. You touch the device gently, it responds to you immediately. A screen unfolds, no glass, no buttons, just light. And there, hovering in the air, are images. Maps. Faces. A timeline that scrolls like an endless river. Some places you recognise, others are labelled in languages that haven't been spoken in centuries, or maybe haven't been invented yet. And then it speaks, in English, clear, synthetic, female. Traveller 03 confirmed, welcome to Node Delta. Reginald nearly falls over. Claire grabs your arm. The voice continues. 2 signals detected, remaining units, 2, status inactive, retrieval initiated. Retrieval? Claire asks. You step back from the projection. I think it means it's calling them, the other travellers. And what happens when they show up, she asks. You don't answer, because you're not sure, and because part of you wonders if they're still human. Let's hit your historical fact of the day while your brain chews on that. During the later Middle Ages, there were pockets of documented encounters with metal men, cold angels, and other unclassifiable visitors in monastic records, often written with heavy caution and fear. Some were described as messengers, others as omens. A few were burned before they could speak. The fringe version? Some monks claimed they found glowing diagrams hidden in ruins, machines that responded only to outsiders. They were destroyed, buried, forgotten. Except, not all of them were. You pace the perimeter of the room. There are 3 doors, all sealed with handprint readers, slick black surfaces that light up when you approach. You try one. It flashes red. Claire tries the next. Same result. Reginald, to no one's surprise, attempts to headbutt the third, and it opens. You all freeze. He blinks. What? I've got a trustworthy forehead. The corridor beyond is dim but walkable, lit by that same pale blue. You move forward slowly, the air thickening with every step. There's a faint vibration now, like walking inside a drum tuned too low to hear. Your ears pop. The hallway opens into another chamber. This one's different. It's warmer. The walls here glow faintly, and in the centre stands a cylinder filled with light. Floating inside it, because of course it's floating, is a person, or something shaped like one. The body is suspended in mid-air, arms crossed, eyes closed. No clothes, no obvious age. The skin smooth, unblemished, oddly translucent, and it's glowing, faintly, pulsing, in sync with the hum. Claire whispers, "Is that—" "I don't know," you breathe. "A traveller, or something else?" Reginald leans in. "Looks like a holy fish, the kind that grants wishes and plagues." Before you can stop him, he reaches toward the glass-like cylinder, and the eyes of the figure inside snap open. Bright white, no pupils, no emotion, just light. You stagger back as the hum spikes and the air compresses. The figure inside doesn't move, but you feel something shift in your mind, like a pressure pressing in, testing. The light flares, and the voice returns, deeper now, layered with echoes. "Unit 02, active, response, detected, sequence, unstable." The cylinder cracks, just a hairline, just one, but it spreads. Claire pulls you back. "We need to leave, now." You nod. Reginald is already halfway to the hallway. You turn, but the door has sealed behind you. "No, no, no, no," you mutter, pressing your hand against the smooth panel. The voice speaks again. "Traveller interaction confirmed. Node will enter lockdown." Then enter lockdown. The room darkens. The floating figure's chest rises. It breathes. The light pulses faster. Something behind you groans. You turn to see a panel on the wall slide open, revealing another corridor, this one not glowing, just dark. You exchange one of those wordless, wide-eyed looks with Claire. No plan, just panic with rhythm. You bolt. Reginald leads, probably fueled by pure onions and adrenaline. Claire's behind him, muttering curses. You bring up the rear, heart pounding, trying not to think about what just woke up. The corridor narrows, dips, turns sharply, then opens, into a room with stairs, real stairs, and at the top, daylight. You scramble upward, lungs burning, foot screaming, satchel banging against your side. You burst out onto a rocky outcrop beneath an open sky. Birds circle overhead, grass waves in the wind. Sanctum is behind you, partially collapsed, and the fisted stone above the door begins to shift again. You don't wait. You run, farther than you've run since this started, and in your mind the voice repeats. One is near, one is lost, one is you. You don't stop running until your lungs give out. The wind lashes your face as you stumble over uneven terrain, your shoe barely hanging on, your foot pulsing in pain. Behind you, Sanctum sits heavy and still on the side of the cliff, its silhouette now missing a whole corner where part of the stone gave way. That smooth ancient structure, half monastery, half something not built by any medieval mason, just sits there like a bad dream, sealed again. Well, or so you hope. Reginald collapses into the grass, panting like a hunted pig. "Well," he gasps, "that was more divine wrath than I usually get before lunch." Claire doesn't answer. She's standing, staring back at the cliffside, her hand resting on the dagger she keeps tucked beneath her belt. You watch her watching the sky, the treetops, the faintest disturbance in the air. She looks less like a traveller now, and more like someone who's preparing to survive something much bigger than she signed up for. You sit down beside a crooked stone, letting the breeze wash over your fever-slicked skin. It's cooler out here, cleaner. You suck in lungfuls of air like it's the first oxygen you've had in a week. The pressure in your chest is still there, but softer now. Manageable. The adrenaline helps. Reginald wipes his brow with his sleeve. "So, that floating person in the glass? Just me, or were they very unfriendly?" "Not just you," you mutter. Terek squats beside you, face tight. "That thing wasn't human anymore." You nod slowly. "I don't think it ever was, not fully." For a moment, the three of you just breathe, surrounded by a silence that feels almost sacred after the hum and whisper of Sanctum's depths. Somewhere in the trees, a bird sings a hesitant note, like it's checking if it's safe to resume normal forest business. Then Claire pulls the map from her satchel. It's changed. The parchment, once crisp and dry, now feels warm in your hands, like it's pulsing. The ink has shifted too. The red circle that once marked Sanctum has faded, replaced by 3 lines radiating outward in different directions. Each one ends in a new mark, a new symbol, a new destination. Reginald peers over your shoulder. "Are those—" You nod grimly. More nodes, like the one we just escaped. Fantastic, he mutters. I was hoping to spend the afternoon being hunted by another ancient light ghost. You trace the lines with your finger. One leads north toward the coast, one west into the deeper forest. The third vanishes into the mountains. There's no instruction, no explanation, just a new set of directions from whoever, or whatever, is guiding this. Claire squints at the map. The tablet said 3 remain. You nod, and now one's awake. Then these, she taps the symbols, are the others. And that's when you realise it's not just a game of hide and seek, it's a countdown. You lean back against the stone, staring at the sky. The clouds drift slowly. Your heart still hasn't slowed down. The voice in Sanctum, calm, synthetic, full of something ancient, repeats in your memory. One is near, one is lost, one is you. If Unit 02 just woke up, that leaves 01. The one who opened the door for you, the one still down there, trapped, or waiting. And 004, the one who hasn't shown up yet. Let's inject your fringe fact of the day while your mind spirals. There are medieval stories of saints who appeared from nowhere, spoke in unknown tongues, healed the sick with light, and vanished into the mountains. Later, these stories were dismissed as allegory or overly creative hagiography. But a few accounts, buried in monastery records and never widely copied, described visions of travellers dressed like spirits, carrying glowing stones, who spoke in broken Latin and knew the stars like maps. It doesn't sound like saints. It sounds like people like you. Claire turns to you suddenly. You need to tell me about Elena. You stiffen. I've heard the name twice now, she continues, once from your fevered mouth and once from the minstrel who somehow knew it without asking. You nod slowly. The weight of the name has been pressing into your chest for days. Elena was with me, you say. Before. Back home. She was working on something. A theory about resonance. Time overlap. Liminal states. Was she a scientist? No, you murmur. A historian. But she thought history was wrong, that we were missing threads. People who didn't just study the past, but lived it. Claire narrows her eyes. You think she came through? I don't know, but that message in Sanctum, the screen, said someone was lost, and I think it's her. You pause, then reach into your satchel and retrieve the phone. Still off. Still dead. But it's weighty. Real. I followed her work, you say softly. Then one night, I woke up here. Claire puts her hand on your shoulder. And maybe that's your answer. Not saving history, not understanding it, but finding her. You nod. If she's here, she's either in one of these nodes, or worse. You all sit there for a long moment. The wind tugs gently at the edges of the map. Reginald starts sharpening a stick. He hums again, tuneless and tired. You think of the figure in the glass, the eyes, the hum, the sense that something wasn't just waking up, but watching. You speak aloud before you can stop yourself. Do you think it's guiding us? Claire frowns. What is? The system, the voice, the network behind these nodes. Maybe it's not just showing us the path. Maybe it's pulling us. Reginald shivers. That's an unsettling idea. Maybe that's the point, Claire says. Keep us unsettled, moving, chasing breadcrumbs while something bigger resets the board. You fold the map and tuck it away. We should move. Which direction? Reginald asks. They all seem equally doomed. You stare at the lines, then you point north. The coast. If we're looking for signals, open space might help. Claire nods. Agreed. Reginald groans. I hope they have wine, or at least fewer angry rocks. You rise together, the day stretching before you like a test. The wind shifts again. Behind you, in the direction of Sanctum, you hear a soft thrum. Not loud, but constant. You don't turn around. Whatever it is, it's not your problem anymore. At least not today. You head north, chasing the coastline with the determination of someone who's finally stopped pretending this is just a bad dream. The land tilts gradually in your favour, rolling hills giving way to softer meadows and distant glimpses of ocean that glimmer like spilled silver under a hazy sky. The air smells different here too, less like ancient stone and damp forest and more like salt and open possibilities. Still, even with the fresh breeze and sunlight on your face, you can't shake the feeling that something is walking just a few steps behind you, cloaked in shadow and timing its breath to yours. Reginald claims to be in better spirits, mostly because he's found a thistle plant that he insists tastes like optimism. He eats it, makes a face like he's just licked a haunted boot, and still offers you some. You decline with a smile that says, "I'd rather eat my own shoe, and honestly, we're nearly there." Claire walks quietly beside you, eyes always on the horizon, one hand on her dagger, and the other gently brushing against the satchel now holding the map, the phone, and the strange parchment you've collected along the way. By midday, the road becomes less road and more suggestion. Grass overtakes the path. Stone markers appear intermittently, standing rocks carved with old runes, moss creeping up their sides like they're embarrassed to still be out here. One in particular stands taller than the others, maybe 12 feet high, with a jagged crack down the middle. It hums faintly when you pass, but no one else seems to hear it. You stop, place your hand on it. Warm! Claire turns. What is it? You shake your head. Another node or a waypoint, maybe both. Reginald points ahead. Look! Just beyond the stone, nestled on a bluff that overlooks the sea, is a structure. Low, circular, with a dome of hammered bronze that gleams despite the age and grime. It's not a church. It's not a fortress. It looks, if you're honest, like a satellite station, or the medieval world's best approximation of one. Stone columns, carved rings like old astronomical charts, and in the centre, a plinth that seems to be waiting. This must be it. The last node. You walk toward it slowly, half expecting it to vanish the closer you get. But it doesn't. It remains still and solid and absurdly real. Claire follows with her jaw tight, Reginald humming a low tune like he's trying to charm the building into not exploding. At the base of the plinth you find an inscription. Not Latin, not any language you've seen since arriving here. It's English. For the one who remembers. You step forward. The plinth lights up beneath your feet, blue circuitry glowing through the stone like veins through marble. The tablet, yes, another tablet, is already waiting. You touch it. It recognizes you instantly. User 03 confirmed. But this time there's no welcome and just a question. Would you like to continue? You hesitate. Claire leans in. What does it mean? You stare at the screen. I think this is the end. Or maybe the beginning. Reginald frowns. Of what? Time collapse? Magic apocalypse? Soup? You laugh, short, brittle. The others, you whisper. The ones who came before, they tried to open something, or close it. Maybe both. Claire steps beside you. And Eleanor? You swipe the screen. New data floods the interface. Images, names, timelines. And then a face. Her face. Still pale, suspended in light. Unit 004, recovery status pending. Your breath catches. She's alive, you say. Or at least just not gone. Where? Claire asks. You zoom out. The map expands and coordinates flash. Latitude and longitude in modern notation. Then a shift. The screen blinks. Time sync incomplete. Location? Variable. You mutter, she's not just lost in place, she's lost in time. The tablet pulses once more. User 03 has engaged final protocol. What does that mean? Claire asks quickly. The plinth beneath you rumbles. The ground begins to vibrate gently, not violently like Sanctum, but with purpose. Reginald takes a step back. Oh no! I'm too handsome to get vaporized. Then a circle opens in the centre of the floor. Not a staircase, not a tunnel, a platform, floating, waiting. You look at Claire. You don't have to come. She frowns. Of course I do. Claire. You're not doing this alone. And besides, she grins slightly, I want to see how this ends. Reginald snorts. You two are going to get yourselves erased. You smile at him. Probably. Then you step onto the platform. Claire joins you. The tablet displays a countdown. 010, 009, Reginald yells. Do I get a line in your epic poem? You yell back absolutely not. 004, 003. You feel it start, the pull, the compression, the sensation of being folded like a note passed between dimensions. 002, 001, then nothing or everything. It's hard to tell that you're weightless, timeless. Thoughts move like lightning, images crash together. Sanctum, the node, the stone figures, Elena's name, Claire's voice, the goat, because of course your subconscious would sneak it in, and that constant thrum, the network, the hum behind history, the thing underneath it all, and then silence. You open your eyes, you're somewhere else. It's bright. It smells like dust and ozone. Claire groans beside you. If we're dead, this is a very bureaucratic afterlife. You sit up slowly. In front of you another figure stands, not glowing, not floating, just human. She looks at you, smiles faintly. Elena, you whisper. She nods. It took you long enough. You don't speak at first, you just look at her. Elena. Whole. Alive. Not frozen in stasis, not flickering on a screen, but standing right in front of you, looking like someone who's walked 100 miles through time and still had the decency to wait for you at the end. She's thinner. There's a faint scar on her cheek you don't remember. But her eyes? Still her eyes. Sharp, dry, observant. The kind that see the cracks in history and smile like they were put there on purpose. Claire steps up beside you, saying nothing, just giving you space. For a moment, it's just you and Elena in the brightness. You figured it out, she says softly. Barely. Still counts. She glances at Claire, nods. You've got help. I needed it. She raises an eyebrow. That's new? You smile. It's crooked, tired, full of everything you've been carrying. And then the questions start. Quiet ones, careful ones. You talk about Sanctum, the nodes, the system that's been guiding all of you, or testing you. Elena tells you about her arrival, how she was caught in a timefold before her research was finished, how the network recognized her anyway, chose her, how it didn't let her go. You ask the question you've been afraid of. Is it over? She shakes her head. No, but now! You're not alone! You exhale. The wind shifts. The horizon shimmers. Wherever you are now, it isn't the Middle Ages anymore. And it isn't quite home either. It's something else, a space between. But maybe that's where all the best stories live. Not in the past, not in the future, right here. Just slightly out of time,